This story starts like how a lot of us start our nights, just needing to clear your head. A quiet drive, empty roads, heavy fog. Then you see it. Not a deer, not a shadow. Someone, standing dead center in the lane, barefoot, drenched, just smiling. You blink. They're gone. And you think that's the end of it, just your mind playing tricks, until you get home. And the floor's wet. And the front door's unlocked. Tonight's first story is short, but it stays with you. Before we start, subscribe if you haven't yet, like the video, and tell me in the comments, what's the creepiest thing you've ever seen while driving alone, and what time is it for you right now? I took a drive that night because I couldn't sleep. It was sometime after 1 in the morning, maybe closer to 2. I didn't check the time exactly. I just remember feeling that kind of restlessness where you're not tired but also not exactly awake. That hollow sort of energy that doesn't go anywhere. My flat felt too small, the air too warm. I needed movement, needed air, needed space to stretch my thoughts out in a straight line. So I grabbed my keys, threw a hoodie over what I was already wearing, and headed out without a real plan. It wasn't the first time I'd done that. Late night drives are kind of a habit now and then. Something about having the road to yourself helps you feel like you're outside of whatever's been sitting on your chest all day. It had been raining earlier, the roads were still damp, and there was that thick, low fog Cornwall sometimes gets this time of year. The kind that sticks to your headlights and makes everything ahead of you feel closer than it should be. I stuck to the quieter roads, winding lanes I knew well enough not to think too hard about. No music, just the soft hum of the engine and the occasional hiss of tires on wet tarmac. There's something strange about how empty things get after midnight. Even places you know like the back of your hand start to feel unfamiliar. The hedgerows look taller. The bends come quicker. The road signs catch your headlights and seem to hang there longer than they should. I was maybe 15 minutes from home when it happened. I had just come around a soft bend in the road where the hedges pull back and there's a short stretch of straightaway. The fog was thicker in that part, not enough to stop the car, but enough that I eased up a little on the accelerator. I remember thinking I hadn't seen another car the whole time I'd been out. Not one. Then I saw something in the road. At first I thought it was a tree branch or some debris, something the wind had dragged out. I even tapped the brakes automatically, trying to make out the shape through the mist. But as I got closer, my brain sort of misfired. The shape didn't make sense. It was a person, standing right in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes hard enough that my seatbelt locked and I felt the jolt through my chest. The car skidded slightly on the wet ground and came to a lurching stop, maybe 10 or 15 feet from where they were. Except they weren't. I swear to you, for that split second, they were right there, pale, absolutely soaked through, hair hanging down, no shoes. Just standing there barefoot in the road like it was the most natural thing in the world. And they were smiling. Not a big grin or anything like that. Just this small, closed-mouth smile, calm, still, not moving. Then I blinked, and they were gone. The road was empty again, just the fog and the wet and the quiet. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, not moving, heart pounding in my ears. I turned the headlights left and right. Nothing. No one. Not even a footprint on the damp road. I waited a full minute before easing the car forward again. There was nowhere for them to have gone. No nearby driveways. No gates, just hedgerows and old trees on either side. But the thing that chilled me more than anything was that I had not seen them step out or step away. They had just disappeared. I tried to tell myself it was the fog, the rain, a trick of the light. Maybe I had seen a shadow or a reflection or something off a branch. But that smile, that still smile, felt burned into my memory already. I kept driving. Slower now, watching every corner like something might step out again. The rest of the way home was uneventful. Empty streets, empty drive. I pulled into the small lot behind my building and sat in the car for a few seconds, engine idling, just breathing. Still foggy, still quiet. The kind of night that feels like it's holding its breath. I finally killed the engine and headed up to my front door. And that's when I noticed two things that stopped me cold. First, the door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked, not even when I'm just going to throw out the bins. It's automatic, keys in, door locked, always. But that night, it was sitting slightly ajar. Just enough that I could push it open without touching the handle. And second, the floor just inside the doorway was wet. Not soaked, not flooded, but damp, a kind of tracked-in wetness like someone had walked in dripping. The wooden floor was darkened in a clear path, leading a few steps in and then fading off, as if whatever had been there had stopped just short of the hallway. I stood there for a long time, not going inside, not calling anyone, just staring at that faint trail of water and thinking about that figure in the road, the bare feet, the way they looked at me without moving, the way they smiled like they knew something I didn't. Then I slowly pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped inside. I stood just inside the doorway for a while, not moving, not speaking, not even fully breathing. I think I was listening more than anything. For footsteps upstairs, for the sound of the back door opening, for anything that would tell me someone else was in the flat. But there was nothing. No creaking floorboards, no movement. Just the usual night stillness that now felt way too quiet. The trail of damp on the floor wasn't big, but it was there. A clear arc starting just inside the door and stretching 3 steps forward. Like someone had stepped in barefoot, paused, and then turned around. Except they hadn't turned around. That was the part that made my skin tighten. The wet marks didn't lead back to the door. They just stopped. No return path, no direction. It was as if someone had entered and then vanished where they stood. I checked the door again, still slightly open. Not forced, not broken, not even scratched. Just unlocked, hanging a few inches off the latch like someone had stepped in and not bothered to close it behind them. I turned on every light in the flat, room by room. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I still opened every cupboard, every closet, even pulled back the shower curtain in the bathroom. Nothing. No one. Everything was where it should be. But I still couldn't shake it. That image in the road was burned into my brain. That pale, soaked figure. The way they looked right at me like I wasn't even worth reacting to. Like I was something they had already seen before. Or maybe something they were waiting for. I dried the floor with a towel, not because it made me feel better, but because I couldn't look at the wet patch anymore. Every time I glanced at it, my brain kept filling in that missing shape, those bare feet standing just inside the doorway, dripping quietly. Eventually, I sat down on the couch and just tried to think. I was still trying to talk myself down. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door. Maybe the condensation from outside had caused the floor to feel damp. Maybe what I saw in the road had been fog or a trick of my own tired mind. All of that could have been true, but none of it felt true. You know when something is off in your gut. You might not be able to prove it, but your body knows. Mine did. I left the lights on that night. Not just the hallway, all of them. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, even the little lamp in the corner of the bedroom. It was the only way I could even attempt sleep. And even then, I just lay there staring at the ceiling, blinking against the light. At some point I drifted off, not for long, just enough to dream in flashes. And in the dream, I was back in the car. Same road. Same curve. Same figure in the fog. Except this time, when I slammed the brakes, they didn't disappear. They walked forward. Slow, calm. And when they reached my window, they didn't knock. They just leaned in close until their face was inches from mine. That same smile, that same wet hair. And eyes that looked so completely empty, it was like they were never meant to hold light. I woke up sweating. The room was silent. The lights were still on. I stayed in bed until the sun came through the blinds. Once it was fully morning, everything seemed normal again. I checked the front door. Locked. No damp on the floor. My brain kept telling me to let it go, but I couldn't. I went over every detail in my head again, slowly, like replaying a film frame by frame. That's when I remembered something small but sharp. When I got home the night before, my keys were still in my pocket, which made no sense. If I had come home and unlocked the door, I would have had them in hand. But I didn't use them, because the door was already open. That realization sat like a stone in my stomach. Later that day, I told a friend what had happened. I didn't tell them everything, just the basics, the drive, the figure in the road, the unlocked door. I left out the smile. I left out the wet patch on the floor. I didn't want to sound too dramatic. They told me I'd probably nodded off for a second while driving, that it was a hallucination, micro-sleep, stress. They said it happens all the time, especially in fog. Especially when you're already tired. The brain fills in blanks. Doors get left unlocked. You probably forgot to pull it shut. I nodded along. But I didn't believe any of that. That night, I installed a second lock on the front door. One of those bolt-style ones you can only open from the inside. It wasn't because I thought someone was going to break in. It was because I wanted to be completely sure that if the door opened again, I'd know it wasn't an accident. The second night was quieter. I kept the lights on again. I still couldn't sleep. And around 2 a.m, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a soft, dull tap, like a finger on glass. One tap, then another. I froze in place, every hair on my body standing up. The sound came again. Not aggressive, just patient. like someone waiting to be let in. I did not move for a long time. That soft tapping on the glass continued with long gaps in between, like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world. One tap, then silence, then another. And the worst part was, I could not tell where it was coming from. My flat has a few windows, one in the kitchen that faces the alley, another in the bedroom that looks out onto the small garden, and one in the living room facing the street. But the sound was so gentle, so faint, that it felt like it could have come from any of them. I did not get up right away. I sat there on the edge of my bed, hands flat on the blanket, straining to listen. I even held my breath for a few seconds to make sure I wasn't hearing my own imagination. But the sound came again, a single, patient tap. At some point, I forced myself to move. I reached for the torch I keep in the nightstand. It is just a habit, something I have had for years, ever since a power cut left me scrambling in the dark. I turned it on and walked as quietly as I could through the hallway, scanning each room from the doorway before stepping inside. The kitchen was empty, no marks on the window. The living room was empty too, curtains closed, nothing disturbed. Then I went to the bedroom window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek through. There was no one there. But the grass below was wet again, and there were faint footprints in the dirt just outside the pane, not clear enough to photograph, but I saw the indentations, bare feet, the size of a small adult, maybe. Heel to toe facing the house, as if someone had stood there looking in. I went around and checked all the windows again, locked. Every door? Still bolted. No alarms, no forced entry. But I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, curtains open, flashlight in my lap. I did not know what I expected to happen, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to bed. I stayed there until morning, until the sky started to lighten and the sounds of early traffic crept back in. When I finally stood up, I noticed something new. There was a smudge on the glass of the bedroom window. It was small, round, like a fingertip had lightly touched the outside. Not a full handprint, not enough pressure to leave oil or dirt. Just enough to catch the morning light at the right angle. That's when I started to feel it properly, not fear exactly, but a creeping sense that something was choosing to get closer, that it wasn't random, that this thing, this presence, it knew where I lived. And it was testing something, boundaries maybe, or me. I spent most of that day convincing myself it was still nothing, maybe an animal, maybe a neighbor messing around. Maybe the fog and the stress were getting to me more than I thought. But I kept seeing that smile in my head, that pale figure in the road, not reacting to the car, just watching. That image had followed me home, and now it felt like it was waiting just outside the windows. I made a list of things to check. Security cameras too expensive, but I started browsing anyway. Window alarms, a motion sensor light for the back garden. I even went into a hardware shop in town and asked about replacement locks, pretending I was doing a general upgrade. The man behind the counter asked if I had had any trouble lately. I said no, just being careful. He nodded like he didn't believe me. That night I tried to act like everything was normal. I cooked dinner, watched a bit of television, left my phone on the arm of the sofa, but every 15 minutes or so, I would get up and walk to the front window, pull the curtain back an inch, and check. Nothing, just the streetlight catching the mist in the air. By the time it got late enough for sleep, I knew I wasn't going to get any. Still, I went to bed. I lay there with the hallway light on, listening. No taps that night. No footsteps. No smudges. But sometime around 3, I heard something new. The sound of water dripping. At first I thought it was outside, the roof or the gutter. Then I realized it was too close. I got up and followed it. The dripping was coming from the bathroom. I flicked the light on and froze. There was water pooled on the floor, just a small patch near the sink, not leaking from the tap, not from the ceiling, just there. I looked around, no towels disturbed, nothing knocked over, no sign of a spill. I grabbed a handful of tissue and bent down to mop it up. And just as I did, I noticed the bath mat was damp too. Not wet like it had been stepped on after a shower. Wet like someone had stood on it, barefoot, for a while. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room, leaving the light on. I did not sleep that night either. I kept checking the doors, over and over. I checked them so many times I lost count. Everything was locked. But that morning, when I went to the front door again, I found something tucked in the gap between the frame and the wood. A single, long strand of black hair. It was soaking wet. I just stood there looking at it. That one long strand of hair, caught in the doorframe like it had been pinched between the wood when the door closed. It was black, not dark brown, not gray, black and wet. Not just damp wet like it had just come out of the rain. I didn't touch it at first. I didn't want to. Something about it felt too deliberate, like it had been left for me to find. Eventually, I took a tissue from the kitchen and gently lifted it free, folded it up and dropped it into a plastic sandwich bag. I don't know why. It felt ridiculous, standing there in my hallway at 8 in the morning, sealing a hair into a bag like I was a detective in some television drama. But I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt like evidence. I sat with it for a while. I didn't even drink my coffee. I just sat at the table staring at the bag. My thoughts were racing. Part of me was screaming to just call someone. But who? The police. And tell them what that I saw, a pale person in the road, and now my door is haunted by damp footprints and ghost hair. I thought about telling a friend, but I knew how it would go. They'd listen, try to be supportive, and then offer me a long list of rational explanations: condensation, bad dreams, sleepwalking. Someone messing with me as a joke, all of which would make sense if it weren't for how specific everything was. That smile, that figure, the tapping on the glass, the footprints, the puddle on the bathroom floor, the strand of hair. It wasn't just weird. It was connected. And I couldn't prove any of it. That night, I installed a battery-powered motion sensor just inside the hallway. It was meant for garages or sheds, but it worked just fine indoors. I angled it toward the front door so if anyone came in even for a second, I would know. I also bought one of those door jamb security wedges, the kind that lets out a loud alarm if the door moves. It wasn't expensive. It didn't even feel like enough, but it helped me sleep a little better. Or at least that's what I told myself. The night passed quietly. Too quietly. No taps, no sounds, just me lying in bed listening to the hum of the hallway light and the occasional creak of the old floorboards adjusting to the temperature. I thought maybe it was over, but the next morning the bag with the hair in it was gone. I checked the drawer where I had left it, then the bin, then every surface in the kitchen. Nothing. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't even opened the drawer since putting it there. It just wasn't there anymore. I stood in the middle of the flat for a good 5 minutes, trying to remember if maybe I had taken it out and forgotten. But I hadn't. I know I hadn't. I had sealed that strand in a bag and tucked it away. And now it was gone. The rest of the day passed in a fog. I tried working from home, but I couldn't focus. Every small sound made me jump. The wind rattling the window, the fridge humming a little louder than usual. Even the sound of my own phone buzzing gave me a jolt. That night, something new happened. I was brushing my teeth when I saw it. In the mirror, just behind me in the hallway, there was a shape. Not a person. Not fully. Just the suggestion of someone standing there. Just far enough back that I couldn't make out the face. Just long enough for me to freeze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. And then it was gone. I spun around. Nothing. Just the hallway, empty and still. But when I turned back to the mirror, I noticed something else. There was a drip on my shoulder. Just one. I hadn't showered. I hadn't spilled anything. But there it was, a single droplet of water sliding down the fabric of my t-shirt. I stood in the bathroom for a long time, looking at the mirror, waiting to see it again. It didn't come back. That night, I didn't sleep in my room. I brought a pillow and blanket to the living room and stayed on the sofa, lights on, television low, just to have some kind of noise, something real. But at some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to the sound of something scraping. Not loud, but steady, like fingernails on wood. I sat up slowly, heart already pounding. The sound was coming from the hallway. I stood, walked toward it, feet cold against the floor, every part of my body tense. And then it stopped. I reached the door, placed my hand on the knob and paused. The hallway was dark. The light had gone out. I flipped the switch. Nothing. The bulb had burned out. I turned back toward the living room, but before I could take a step, I heard it again. One soft tap, not at the window this time, at the bedroom door. I stood completely still, just listening. That tap on the bedroom door wasn't loud, it wasn't aggressive, but there was something about how quiet it was that made it worse. It was patient. Like whoever or whatever was on the other side didn't need to rush, like it had all night. I took a breath, not even sure I was going to move. The hallway was still dark. That dead bulb left just enough shadow that I couldn't see the edges of anything clearly. I still had the flashlight in the drawer by the couch, but I didn't want to turn my back to the hallway, not with that door still closed, not with that sound still echoing in my head. Another tap. Just one. Then silence again. I walked forward, slowly. Each step felt loud, even though I was trying to be quiet. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and too fast, bouncing off the walls. I passed the bathroom, then the storage cupboard, and finally came up to the bedroom door. It was closed, which didn't make sense. I had left it open. I remember that clearly. I always leave it open when I sleep on the sofa. I even glanced down the hallway when I turned in for the night. The door had been open then. I stood in front of it now, my hand hovering just an inch from the knob. I could still feel the cold from the hallway draft brushing across my arms. I waited there for a while, trying to decide what I was even going to do if someone was inside. Eventually, I opened the door. Slowly. Nothing. No one standing behind it. No shapes waiting in the dark. But the room was different. The bed had been turned down, like someone had peeled back the blanket on one side and left it ready, like a hotel. And on the pillow, right in the center, was a small puddle. A perfect round spot of water. Not dripping from the ceiling. I checked. No leak, no water glass knocked over, just a wet mark in the shape of a head, like someone had been lying there, recently. I did not sleep after that. I turned every light on again, made coffee at 4 a.m. just to keep my hands busy. I watched the sun come up from the kitchen table with my back to the window, too nervous to look outside. I didn't want to know if anything was standing there. Later that day, I asked a neighbor if she had noticed anything strange. She gave me a polite smile and asked what I meant. I kept it vague, just said I thought someone might have been poking around the property at night. She said no, she hadn't seen anything, but her cat had been acting odd, wouldn't go near the back door, kept staring at the corners of the ceiling. That was all she said, but it was enough to make my stomach turn. That evening, just as it started to get dark again, I felt it, a pressure, not physical, not painful, but this slow, creeping tension like the walls were closing in, like the house was holding its breath again. I kept the flashlight on me this time. I also set up my phone in the corner of the room to record video overnight. I needed to know if I was imagining things, if something was really moving around when I was asleep. I didn't expect to catch anything, but I had to try. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, most of it was uneventful. Just me tossing on the sofa, muttering a little, the light from the hallway flickering once or twice. But around 2:40 in the morning, something strange happened. The hallway light clicked off completely, not a flicker, just gone. Then, a few seconds later, the image on the screen warped slightly, like something had moved between the camera and the hallway, not close enough to be visible, but just enough to shift the shadows. The video glitched for less than half a second. When the light came back on, everything looked normal. But when I paused it and zoomed in on one frame, my chest went cold. There was something standing near the doorway. A figure. Faint, not fully there, but enough to make out the curve of a head, the shape of a shoulder, and the suggestion of a smile. I shut the video. Didn't watch the rest. I backed it up to a USB and locked it in a drawer. I didn't want to delete it, but I also didn't want it just sitting there on my phone, waiting to be accidentally opened again. I thought about staying somewhere else for the night, a friend's place, a hotel, anywhere. But deep down I felt like it would follow me. That whatever it was, It had already decided I was worth keeping close. I stayed. The next night, I didn't set up the camera. I didn't want to see it again. I didn't want to know how close it was getting. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the door creak. The front door. Not loud, just enough that I knew it was real. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The door was closed, still locked, but there was a trail of water leading away from it. And this time it went all the way into the kitchen. I stood at the edge of the hallway and just stared. The trail of water was fresh, darkening the floorboards in irregular blotches like bare feet had walked in slowly, one step at a time, not rushed, not panicked, just calm and deliberate. I didn't move at first. I just stood there with the flashlight on, hand trembling slightly, trying to listen for any sound from the kitchen. But there was nothing. No footsteps. No breath. No creaking boards. Just that awful stillness again, that charged, heavy quiet that had become more familiar than I ever wanted it to be. I stepped forward. One foot, then the other. Flashlight aimed low to follow the path. The damp marks curved gently to the left and then disappeared behind the kitchen door. It was halfway open. I could see part of the counter, the corner of the sink, but not much else. I told myself if the door was still locked and the windows were shut, then it had to be in my head. That was the line I had been repeating for days now. If nothing had physically changed, then it wasn't real. That was the rule. I stepped into the kitchen. Empty. No one there. Everything exactly where I left it. Except the back window was open. Not all the way, but just enough for air to pass through. Enough to let in the smell of cold earth and damp stone and whatever else the fog was hiding out there. I never leave that window open. I barely use it. I even checked it earlier that evening before I went to bed. It had been locked. I was sure of that. Now it was open, and the floor beneath it was wet. I walked over, closed it slowly, locked it again. My hands were shaking. Not because of what I'd seen or not seen, but because it was starting to feel like this thing, whatever it was, didn't care about rules anymore. It could come and go. I was just the person who happened to live here. I wiped up the floor again, second time that week. The next morning, I found the bag with the hair in it. The one I was sure had gone missing. It was back in the same drawer I had left it in originally. Nothing else in the drawer had moved. Just that one plastic bag, folded neatly, sealed tight. I opened it. The hair was gone. Just an empty bag. Not torn, not damaged, just empty. That was the last clear incident. After that, things didn't stop exactly, but they changed. I stopped seeing shapes. I stopped hearing taps. The lights stopped flickering. But I never felt like I was alone in the flat anymore. It was like something had settled in. Like whatever it was had been trying to get in at first, testing me, poking around the edges, trying to see how I'd react. And now that it knew I wasn't going to fight it, it had stopped trying so hard. It had made itself at home. And in a strange way, I got used to it. I started sleeping again, a little. I stopped jumping at every sound. I even turned off the hallway light some nights. but that feeling, the sense of being watched, it never left. I still find small puddles sometimes. Not big ones, just little patches of moisture near the door or under the windowsill. No source, no dripping pipes, just water where there shouldn't be any. I still check the windows every night, still bolt the door, still keep the flashlight near the bed. But I haven't seen it again. Not fully. Not the way I saw it that night on the road. I've driven that road since, not often and never on purpose, but it's hard to avoid if you live in this part of Cornwall. Every time I come around that bend, I slow down more than I need to. My eyes scan the fog for any shape, any flicker of movement, even though I know it will be empty. It's always empty. But every now and then, when the headlights hit the mist just right, I swear I can feel something waiting just outside the reach of the beam. Not visible, just there. Watching. Smiling. I told a friend all of this recently, the full thing, from the road to the footprints to the water to the open window. I didn't expect them to believe me, and I don't think they did, not really. But they listened, and then they said something that stuck with me. They asked if I had checked the local papers, looked for reports, maybe someone had gone missing on that road, or there had been an accident, or a fire, or something. And maybe what I saw, whatever it was, had been connected to that. I did check. Nothing. No recent deaths. No historical articles. No ghost stories. No urban legends. Just fog and winding roads and long hedgerows that block out the world. So now I'm left with this story. Mine. And I honestly don't know what to make of it. It's not dramatic enough to be a haunting. It's not violent enough to be a break-in. It's too detailed to be a dream, and too empty to be proof of anything. It just exists. A series of strange, quiet things that stacked on top of each other until I couldn't ignore them anymore. So, I'm writing it here. Because maybe someone else has seen something like it. Or maybe someone will read this and tell me I'm not the only one. Or maybe someone will tell me I'm crazy. I honestly don't know what I'm hoping for. I just want to know what I saw. I want to know who that was standing in the middle of the road. And I want to know why they smiled. Was it a warning? Was it recognition? Or was it something else entirely? Because I can still see that face when I close my eyes. And even now, I'm not sure if they ever really left. So I guess I'll just ask. What do you think this was? Seriously. What the hell do you think I saw? The first cigarette butt showed up on a Tuesday. I was rinsing out a coffee mug when I noticed it just lying there in the grass. A pale white stub with a smudge of lipstick that definitely wasn't mine. I don't smoke, never have. And my daughter Maddie is barely 16 and swears she hasn't either. I trust her. She's not the type to sneak around, and she knows better than to lie to me, especially about something so obvious. At first I figured it was the wind. Maybe someone on the hiking trail behind our house flicked it and it blew over the fence. We live right up against the woods, just outside of town. Quiet mostly, peaceful. Our backyard dips down into a patch of trees that eventually links up with a trailhead about half a mile out. It's the kind of place you move to when you want to get away from traffic and neighbors yelling through apartment walls. I didn't think much of it that day. But then Wednesday came, and there were 3 more butts. Same brand, same lipstick. By Friday, I had collected 7 in total, all from the same spot right where the grass fades into trees, just behind the shed. That's when I started to feel weird about it. I didn't tell Maddie. She'd had a rough week already, sophomore midterms, a group project falling apart, and drama with her best friend over a boy who wasn't even cute. I didn't want to dump my anxiety on her, not when it could still be nothing. I figured I'd keep an eye on it. That night, around 2 in the morning, the motion light went off. It shines right at the back of the yard. I installed it when we first moved in, mostly because Maddie was scared of raccoons back then, and the light gave her peace of mind. It's sensitive, but not that sensitive. A squirrel won't set it off. Something big enough, a person, a deer, maybe a bear would. I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. The yard was empty, light glowing, nothing moving. I told myself it was nothing, probably a deer, maybe even a gust of wind strong enough to shift the trees. The next morning, I found something new. Behind the shed, nestled in the leaves and dirt, was a folded blanket, not one of ours, a fleece throw, the kind you'd buy from Walmart, covered in burrs and bits of pine straw. Beside it were 2 empty granola bar wrappers and an opened water bottle, half drained and cloudy. Someone had been sitting out there, sleeping maybe, camping in my backyard. The pit in my stomach turned into a full-on ache. I called the non-emergency police line. A young officer came by around noon. He was polite but clearly skeptical, the kind of tired that comes from dealing with calls that don't go anywhere. Probably just a transient, he said. We've had a few come through lately. Could be someone passing through the trails. But the cigarette butts, I said, and the light, and the blanket, it's right behind the shed. He nodded, jotted something down. We can send a car by tonight, he offered. But unless we catch someone in the act, there's not much we can do. You might want to invest in a camera. Get something motion activated. They're pretty cheap nowadays. He left shortly after that. I stood at the edge of the yard for a long time, staring at the tree line, trying to spot movement. Nothing but rustling leaves and the distant sound of a lawnmower from across the road. That afternoon, I ordered a cheap camera online. It arrived in a day. Fast shipping was one of the perks of living close enough to a town, but far enough to feel like you were out of it. I installed it on the corner of the shed, facing the yard. The app on my phone let me see live footage and recorded clips when the sensor picked something up. For 2 nights, nothing happened. No light, no alerts, nothing unusual. Then, on the 3rd night, Sunday, the camera pinged me at 2:12 a.m. I was already awake, couldn't sleep. I tapped the notification, and the feed loaded slowly, almost like the camera didn't want me to see what it caught. When it finally played, I stopped breathing. A man, just sitting there, dead still, in the dark, facing the house. He was on the blanket, knees pulled up, arms resting across them, hoodie pulled over his head, face shadowed. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel it, the stillness, the weight of being watched. He didn't move for the full 2-minute clip, just sat, silent, focused. I saved the footage and called the police. They came faster this time. 2 officers. They swept the backyard with flashlights, walked the perimeter, poked around the trees. They found the blanket again, a new pile of wrappers, and this time something worse. A small canvas bag tucked behind a log near the edge of the woods. Inside were food items, trail mix, jerky, water bottles, a small flashlight, a pocket knife, and a folder. Photos. All of Maddie. Some from inside the house, her at the kitchen table, eating cereal, her brushing her hair in the bathroom, half seen through the upstairs window. One from last week, when she'd fallen asleep on the couch, lit only by the TV. They were taken through our windows. From the yard. My stomach turned. The officers were suddenly all business. They called for backup, started marking the area. One stayed to take my statement while the other went door to door, asking if any neighbors had seen anyone lingering near the trail. I sat on the edge of my couch while Maddie slept upstairs, oblivious. I didn't know how to process it. Somebody had been in our yard, not just passing through. Watching, waiting. I'd always thought our home was safe, quiet, private. But that night I learned something I never wanted to know. Sometimes danger doesn't break your door down. Sometimes it waits quietly, just outside your window. The next morning, Maddie found me in the kitchen, still in my clothes from the night before, sipping coffee like it could undo everything. I hadn't slept. The police stayed until after 4, searching the perimeter and taking the folder with the photos. They promised a full report and said they'd assign a patrol car to do drive-bys at night, but their words felt weightless. "You okay?" Maddie asked, rubbing her eyes. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." She glanced toward the back window. "Is something going on? There were cops outside last night." She noticed. Of course she did. Somebody's been trespassing. The police are just being careful. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't push. That's creepy. I leaned against the counter, watching her pour cereal. Every instinct in me screamed to keep it from her, to shield her from the full weight of what was going on. But then I remembered the photos. Her face through a window, unaware, framed by shadows. She had a right to know. She had to. "Maddie," I said carefully, "there's more." She paused mid-bite. "More what?" There was a man in the backyard, sitting behind the shed. The camera caught him. Her spoon clinked against the bowl. She didn't speak. I kept going. The police found a camp near the woods, food, a sleeping bag, and I took a deep breath, a folder with photos of you. That was the moment her expression broke. It wasn't fear right away. It was disbelief. Like maybe I was playing a sick joke, or I'd misunderstood. "What do you mean?" "Photos. Taken from outside, through the windows. It looks like he's been watching us for a while." Her hands trembled. She set her spoon down and folded her arms like she was suddenly freezing. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" I didn't want to scare you until I knew it was real." She didn't say anything. Her eyes welled, but she blinked the tears back. "Are they going to find him?" I wanted to say yes, that the police were experts and would handle it, that this guy would be arrested and we'd never have to think about it again. But the truth was, they didn't know who he was. No fingerprints, no ID, no leads. "I hope so," I said. Maddie didn't finish her cereal. She stayed home that day. I called the school and gave some vague excuse about a family emergency. She spent most of the morning in her room, door closed, and I didn't push her to talk. I spent the time pacing the house, checking every window, every lock. I pulled all the curtains and shut the blinds, even the little ones in the bathroom. At noon, the officer from the night before called. His name was Connors, and he sounded more awake now, more formal. "No matches on the fingerprints," he said. "The guy wiped everything clean. But the photos, we're taking this seriously. That's stalking. It's criminal." "Do you think he's still around?" There was a pause. "We don't know, but we found cigarette butts along the trail again. Still warm. So he's watching us." "We can't confirm that, ma'am, but I'd suggest keeping your doors locked, staying in groups, and making sure your daughter's not alone outside, especially at night." I thanked him, hung up, and immediately went to check the locks again, even though I already knew they were secure. That night, Maddie and I slept in the same room. I dragged the armchair from the living room into the corner of her bedroom and sat there while she dozed off. She pretended to be okay, but every time the house creaked, her eyes shot open. The camera app on my phone stayed open all night. No alerts. But I didn't sleep a second. At 6:00 a.m., the motion light went off again. I held my breath, grabbed the phone, and checked the camera feed. This time, there was no man. Just a shadow. Something moving past the shed, too fast to be clearly seen, but definitely not an animal. I got up, careful not to wake Maddie, and went downstairs. I hesitated at the back door, hand hovering over the knob, heart thudding in my ears. Then I unlocked it and stepped outside. The grass was wet with morning dew. The woods were still, heavy with fog. I crept toward the shed, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Behind the shed, the blanket was gone. But there was something else. Another photo. This one pinned to the shed's wall with a nail. It was Maddie, again, but not from the window. This one was recent. She was sitting at the kitchen table, back to the window, phone in hand, and the note beneath it scribbled in tight block letters. "She looks just like her mother." I ripped it down and stumbled back inside, locking the door behind me. My legs gave out and I sat on the kitchen floor, shaking. This wasn't random. This wasn't a drifter. Whoever he was, he knew us. And he was escalating. I showed the note to Officer Connors later that day, when he returned with another officer to collect the new evidence. He didn't say much at first, just read it, then folded it carefully into an evidence bag. "He's fixated," he said finally. "We're going to do a canvass of the area. Talk to your neighbors. Someone might have seen something." "What am I supposed to do? I can't keep her locked inside forever." "Do you have anywhere you can stay? Friends? Family nearby? My sister. She's about 40 minutes out. I'd go, he said, just for a few days. Give us time to look around without worrying about your safety. I hated the idea of running, of being chased out of my own home. But when I looked at Maddie, curled up on the couch under a blanket, pale and quiet and not herself, I knew we couldn't stay. That night I packed a bag. As we pulled out of the driveway, I glanced one last time at the woods behind the house. The trees were still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from just beyond the edge. My sister's place felt like a different world. It was bright, loud, and filled with the chaos of her 3 boys tearing through the house like mini tornadoes. The noise was overwhelming, but in a way that felt oddly comforting. Maddie and I took the guest bedroom upstairs, the one with bunk beds and posters of old superhero movies peeling off the walls. She didn't complain. In fact, she didn't say much at all. That first night she lay on the top bunk while I paced the room, phone in hand, refreshing the camera app from home. Nothing. No movement. No new alerts. Still, I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the underside of the top bunk, watching the slats and shadows shift with every flicker of light from the hallway. At some point around 2:00 a.m., Maddie spoke. "Why would he write that?" Her voice was quiet, small, like she was talking to herself more than to me. I knew what she meant, the note, the photo, the line that kept echoing through my head. She looks just like her mother. I sat up slowly. "I don't know," I said, but I did. Or at least I had a terrible suspicion that I didn't want to give shape to yet. "I don't remember, Dad," Maddie said. I froze. She rarely brought him up. "He left when I was 4. You never talk about him." I took a breath, because there's not much to say. She rolled over, staring down at me from the top bunk. "Was he ever weird? I mean, with you?" I blinked up at her. "No, never. He was just gone. He didn't want to be a dad, that's all." But even as I said it, I wondered if I still believed it, or if I ever had. The next morning, I got a call from Officer Connors. "We did a sweep of the woods behind your house," he said. "Found the campsite again. He's moved further out, maybe 30 yards deeper into the tree line. Same supplies, same blanket. He left in a hurry, though." "Is he gone?" "No, we don't think so. He's still nearby. He left something behind." I pressed the phone harder to my ear. "What?" "A journal, pages torn out, mostly gibberish, but some names, some drawings. Your name is in there, and your daughter's." I felt my throat close. "There's more," he said. "We found a receipt for cigarettes, purchased at a gas station about 15 minutes from your house. Do you have footage?" "We're checking now. We've also asked them to alert us if he returns. For now, I suggest staying where you are." I hung up, hands shaking. Later that afternoon, Maddie and I sat outside on the patio while my nephews launched foam rockets into the grass. She was scrolling through her phone, silent again. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, like it was full of static. "You ever feel like someone's following you, even when you're safe?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her. "Yes," I said. She didn't say anything else. That night, the camera app pinged at 3 a.m. I sat up in bed so fast, I nearly fell out of it. The thumbnail showed a figure in the yard. I tapped it, heart pounding. It was him. The man. He was standing behind the shed again, only this time closer to the house, closer than he'd ever been. He wasn't sitting, he wasn't hiding. He was standing upright, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly upward, looking straight at the kitchen window. At the camera. At me. It was like he knew. The clip was 30 seconds long. He never moved, just stared. Then the feed cut off. I called Connors again. He sounded exhausted but alert. "Don't go back yet," he said. "We'll increase patrols. But I'm telling you, this guy is watching. He knows when you're there and when you're not. He's waiting." "For what?" "We're not sure. But he's patient, and he's not gone." The next morning, Maddie found something on her phone. An airdropped image. Not from a number she knew. Not saved to her messages. Just sitting in her photo gallery. It was her. A shot from behind, standing in my sister's backyard, taken from a distance. Time stamped 20 minutes earlier. She hadn't left the house all morning. That meant he was here. Not at our home. Here. My stomach dropped so fast I nearly got sick. We called the police again, and they sent a car, but it was the same story. No footprints, no one on camera, no real proof that the photo hadn't been taken days ago, even though we knew it hadn't. That night I sat with Maddie in the guest room while she cried quietly into my shoulder. I didn't have answers. I didn't have plans. I just had rage and fear and a gut-deep feeling that this wouldn't stop until I made it stop. He was hunting us, and he was better at it than we were at hiding. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went home. Alone. I didn't tell Maddie I was going. I left her with my sister, who had enough sense not to ask too many questions. I drove back to our house just after dark, parked in the garage, and turned off every light. Then I waited. I had the camera app open. I had a flashlight in my lap. I had a kitchen knife beside me. And I had a plan, if you could call it that. It was simple. Wait. Watch. And if he came back, follow. Because whoever he was, however he knew us, I needed to see his face. Not through a blurry clip. Not through the window. Face to face. And if I could get that far, maybe I could finally end this. I sat there in the dark for hours, the only sound in the house the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional pop from the wooden floor shifting under old age. I'd left every light off. The camera feed was pulled up on my phone, volume turned low, notifications silenced except for one, the motion alert. I didn't blink much, couldn't. Every minute dragged. Just before 2:00 a.m., the camera sent a push alert. Motion detected. My heart jerked up into my throat. I tapped the notification. There he was. On the screen, the man again, standing behind the shed, just like the night before, only now he was closer. The edge of his hoodie caught the light, and I could make out more this time, a beard, not full but patchy, graying at the sides, dark eyes under the shadow of his hood. He didn't move. But he wasn't just staring this time. He was smiling, only with one side of his mouth, the corner twitching up like he knew I was watching. I tapped back out of the feed, slipped on my shoes, and grabbed the flashlight and knife. My hands were sweating. This was reckless, I knew that. Every part of me was screaming not to go out there. But if the police weren't catching him, and he kept getting closer to my daughter, I couldn't wait around anymore. I stepped out the back door as quietly as I could, letting it click shut behind me. The yard was cold. The grass was slick from an earlier drizzle, and the night air had that thick forestry smell of wet leaves and pine. I turned the flashlight on, keeping the beam low to the ground. The camera had caught him at 2:0. It was 2:8 now. I crept toward the shed, moving slow, trying not to crunch twigs underfoot. I heard it before I saw anything, a footstep in the woods. Deliberate, not an animal, someone moving slowly. I slipped around the side of the shed and waited. Flashlight off now. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. Another step, closer. Then a breath. And suddenly I realized he was right on the other side of the shed. I turned the flashlight on and lunged around the corner, knife raised. No one. Just trees, branches swaying, moonlight slicing through the trunks. The blanket was gone again. So was the folder. But something else had been left behind this time, a small cardboard box, perfectly square, wrapped in plastic to protect it from the damp. I crouched down and picked it up. It wasn't heavy, maybe the weight of a couple paperbacks. No markings on the outside. I took it inside before opening it. Back in the kitchen, I sliced through the tape with the tip of the knife. Inside was a stack of photographs. Not printed off a phone. Old school, film photos. Developed glossy prints with dates in the corners. The first was of me, maybe 20 years ago, high school. I was standing in front of a car I barely remembered, wearing a varsity jacket I hadn't seen in decades. The second was me at my old job, one I hadn't worked at since Maddie was a toddler, taken through a glass window as I was eating lunch alone. The third was Maddie, at the grocery store, not last week, at least 2 years ago, younger, her hair in a braid she hadn't worn since middle school. More photos followed, dozens, some of me, some of Maddie, all taken from a distance. One near the park, another in a dressing room mirror, and one, the last in the box, taken from the end of our upstairs hallway, looking directly into Maddie's bedroom from just outside the door. It was dated 3 nights ago. I dropped the photo. My stomach turned. That's when the house phone rang. I jumped so hard I knocked over the chair behind me. I stared at it, my mind going blank. Nobody used the landline anymore. We only had it for internet bundling. No one ever called it except spam numbers. But I walked over and picked it up. Hello? Silence. Then breathing. And a low voice, not whispering but not normal either, like someone trying to suppress a laugh. "She sleeps on the left side," the voice said, "just like you." Then the line went dead. I dropped the receiver like it burned me. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I locked every window, every door, checked the basement, the attic, twice. I called Officer Connors and left a message. I didn't wait for him to call back. I called the emergency line next. A patrol car came within 20 minutes. The officer stayed for nearly 2 hours, walking the woods with a flashlight, inspecting the box and the photos, taking them in as evidence. But there wasn't much else to do. No fingerprints again. No tracks. No one on the nearby cameras. They promised more surveillance, promised to follow up, promised they'd try. But I was done waiting. The man wasn't just camping nearby. He'd been inside. He had a key. Or he'd found a way in we hadn't noticed. A window left unlocked. A forgotten back door. Somewhere in the timeline of the last few days, maybe weeks, he'd crossed a line we didn't even know was there. And if he'd been watching since Maddie was a toddler, like some of those photos suggested, then this wasn't a stalker. It was an obsession. And maybe worse. I packed a second bag that morning. Not to run. To prepare. I took Maddie back from my sister's house that evening. She didn't ask why. She didn't want to be apart anymore, and neither did I. That night, she slept in my room, and I stayed awake in the chair again. This time, I didn't bring just a flashlight and a knife. I brought the baseball bat I kept in the garage, because if he came back, I wouldn't just be watching anymore. I'd be waiting. The first few hours of the night passed with an eerie stillness, the kind that's too quiet to feel natural. I sat in the same chair by the window, the baseball bat leaning against my leg, and my phone resting face up beside me, camera app open, brightness turned low. Maddie lay curled up in my bed, fast asleep but clutching one of the pillows like it anchored her to the world. She hadn't asked any questions when I brought her back. She just looked relieved to be with me, even in that house. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m. ticked by, then 2. The motion light in the backyard never came on. But around 2:17 a.m., my phone pinged. Motion detected. I didn't hesitate. I tapped the alert, and the feed loaded instantly. The man was back. But this time, he wasn't at the edge of the woods. He wasn't by the shed. He was standing on the porch, right outside the back door. His hoodie was down now, his face fully visible. Pale skin, thin lips, hollow cheeks. His eyes were fixed on the camera, and he was smiling again, only now it was wider, more confident, like he knew something I didn't. He raised one hand and waved. Just once. Then he walked slowly to the left, toward the side of the house, out of frame. I leapt up, grabbed the bat, and ran to the back door. I didn't fling it open. I unlocked it slowly, eased it open with one hand, and stepped barefoot onto the porch. Nothing. The air was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your jaw and makes your teeth ache. I moved carefully down the steps, flashlight in one hand, bat in the other. I didn't call out. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing fear in my voice. I circled the side of the house. Still nothing. But then I saw it. A smear on the side window. A fingerprint. No, a palm print. A full hand pressed against the glass, as if he'd leaned into it to get a better view. It was right outside the laundry room. The curtain was closed, but just thin enough that I knew he'd been watching the hallway. I backed up, skin crawling. Then I caught it movement. In the woods, a figure running. I chased. I didn't think, I just ran. Over the grass, past the shed, into the trees. The flashlight bobbed wildly in front of me, illuminating trunks and roots and nothing else. But I heard him. Leaves crunching, branches snapping. He was fast. Too fast. I sprinted for maybe 30 seconds before I realized how far I'd gone and how stupid this was. What was I going to do if I caught him? He knew these woods better than I did. I was barefoot, in pajamas, holding a bat like it would save me from whatever this man really was. I turned back, and that's when I saw it. A second camp. Not the original one behind the shed. This one was deeper in, hidden under a half-collapsed hunting blind, half covered with brush. Blankets, more wrappers, empty water bottles, and a notebook. I knelt beside it, breath catching in my throat. It wasn't torn up like the one the police had found. This one was intact, filled, front to back, with neat handwriting in dark ink, page after page of names, dates, sketches. At the center of one page, our house. A crude drawing, but unmistakable. And right below it, in capital letters, "She's ready now." I slammed the book shut, heart thudding in my ears. A branch snapped behind me. I stood up fast, turning in every direction, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. But no one was there. I didn't wait. I ran back to the house faster than I ever had in my life. Burst through the back door, slammed it shut, locked every bolt and latch. I woke Maddie. She sat up, groggy and alarmed. "What's going on?" I didn't sugarcoat it. He was here. He waved at the camera. He touched the window. I found another camp. He has a notebook with our house drawn in it. She paled. "I want you to pack a bag," I said. "Anything you need for a few nights." "Where are we going?" I paused. "Somewhere safer." At dawn, I brought the notebook to the station. Connors wasn't on shift, but another detective, an older man named Hargrave, took one look at it and told me to wait in a room. 20 minutes later, he came back with a small file folder. He sat down across from me. "I need to ask you something," he said, "and I need you to be honest." I nodded. "Do you know a man named Gregory Holbrook?" I blinked. The name meant nothing at first. Then it hit me, a memory I hadn't touched in years. I was 19, college freshman, first boyfriend. We'd met at a party, dated for 2 months. He was strange, possessive, intense, always showing up unannounced, calling at weird hours. When I broke it off, he didn't take it well. I moved dorms without telling anyone. I hadn't heard from him since. "That was over 17 years ago," I said. "He just disappeared." Hargrave nodded slowly. We pulled prints from the new notebook. They match a set from a sealed file. Gregory Halbrook changed his name 15 years ago after a mental health hold. We don't have anything recent on him until now. The room tilted slightly. This whole time, it was him. It looks that way, Hargrave said. He's been watching you, for years, probably. He's fixated not just on you, but your daughter too. He believes she belongs to him. I felt my stomach drop. He thinks Maddie's his? Hargrave didn't answer right away. We've assigned a detail to your home, he said, but I don't want you staying there. Not tonight, maybe not for a while. Do you think he'll come back? He looked at me with the kind of expression that only means one thing. He already has. That night, Maddie and I stayed in a hotel, the kind near the freeway with thick curtains and too much chlorine in the pool. I didn't sleep. She curled up next to me, like she did when she was a little girl and had bad dreams. Only now, the bad dream was real. And outside, somewhere, a man was still watching, still waiting. But for the first time, we had a name. And that meant we had a chance. We spent 3 days in that hotel. 3 long, sleepless days filled with whispered conversations, police interviews, and a steady, gnawing fear that no lock, no camera, no barrier was going to be enough. Maddie barely left the room. She kept the curtains drawn tight and only spoke when she had to, her voice low and brittle. I stayed alert, watching the parking lot, double-checking every entry point, always bracing for the knock that might never come. But on the morning of the 4th day, everything changed. Detective Hargrave called just after 7. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something behind it, a tone I hadn't heard in weeks. Resolution. "We've got him," he said. I froze. My hand tightened around the phone. "Where?" "About a mile from your house, in the woods. We had a trail cam set up near the old creek bed. He triggered it around 5 this morning. Units were nearby, took him without incident." I couldn't speak. "You okay?" Hargrave asked. I think so. You and Maddie are safe now. He's in custody." I looked over at my daughter, still wrapped in the hotel blanket, eyes heavy but focused on me. I gave her the smallest nod, and she blinked, like maybe she didn't believe it yet. "Is he talking?" I asked. Hargrave paused. "He's not denying anything. We found more at the site, another notebook, drawings, maps, and something else." "What?" "A small box. Inside were locks of hair, yours and Maddie's, from different stages of her life. We believe he's been tracking you both for over a decade." I turned away from Maddie, pressing a hand to my chest. My lungs felt too tight. "How is that even possible?" "We're still piecing it together. But it's clear now he started with you. He fixated. And when you had Maddie, he redirected that obsession. He believes she belongs to him. That you took her." I couldn't speak. "Do you want to come in?" he asked gently. "See the files? Ask questions?" "No," I said quietly. "I just want it over." 2 days later, I returned home. Alone. Maddie stayed with my sister a little longer. I needed to see the house first, needed to know it still felt like mine. that the walls didn't hold the echo of his footsteps, that the windows weren't just places he'd watched from. The backyard was silent. The trees were still. No more cigarette butts. No more blankets. The police had cleared everything. No signs of a camp. The notebook had been logged into evidence. The second box taken away. I walked through each room, checking windows, testing locks, inspecting the spots where he might have stood, watched, touched. I stopped at Maddie's bedroom door. It had been left ajar. I pushed it open slowly, half expecting something to be wrong. But it looked just like it always had: soft lighting, posters peeling slightly, a stack of books beside the bed, her favorite hoodie on the back of the chair. Only one thing was out of place. On the windowsill, tucked behind the curtain, was a folded piece of paper. No envelope. No name. Just a single handwritten note. She smiled like you. I only wanted to see her grow up. My hands shook. I placed it into a Ziploc bag and brought it to Hargrave later that day. He looked tired, older than before, but still sharp. "He left this?" I nodded. "We think he slipped it through the window before we picked him up," he said, his way of saying goodbye. Is that what this was to him? Some long, deranged reunion? "He doesn't see it as stalking," Hargrave said. "He's rationalized it, built a world where you and Maddie were his, a world where he was part of your lives. Everything else, the trespassing, the photos, he sees that as proof of love, not obsession." "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Why now? Why after all this time?" Hargrave sighed. "We think Maddie's age triggered something. 16. That's how old you were when he first met you. He saw her become what you were, and that line blurred. He couldn't tell the difference anymore." I sat back in the chair, letting that settle. "You stopped it," he said quietly, "before it got worse." "It already was worse," I said. He didn't argue. When I finally brought Maddie home, she was nervous. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, as if the place might collapse around her. "You okay?" I asked. She shrugged. But that night, she slept in her own room. The light stayed on, and the door cracked open, but she slept. That was enough. We changed the locks, got better cameras. I put up new blinds and added motion lights on all sides of the house. For weeks, we jumped at every creak, every rustle of wind. But eventually, the silence returned, the normal kind. Time passed. Hargrave called once a week, then once a month. The case was solid. The charges were numerous: stalking, breaking and entering, attempted abduction, harassment. And the notebook sealed the rest. Gregory Holbrook would never walk free again. Not because he apologized, but because he never would. He never saw what he did as wrong. But the court did. The system did. That was enough. Months later, Maddie turned 17. She asked for one thing: to go on a hike, the same trail behind the house, the one she used to love before all of this. I hesitated, of course, but I went with her. We packed lunch, took our time, and when we passed the place where the shed meets the trees, she stopped. There was nothing there anymore. No blankets, no footprints, just quiet woods. "I don't want to be afraid of our backyard forever," she said. "You don't have to be." She looked at me, and for the first time in months, her smile reached her eyes. Some scars don't show, some stalkers don't scream or knock or break in. They wait, watch, take pieces of your life while you're not looking. But we got ours back. He took years from us. We took everything else from him. And now, we sleep with the windows closed, the blinds drawn, and the camera's always on. Not because we're scared, because we're prepared, because our home is ours again. And no one, not even a ghost from the past, will ever take it from us again. This happened 2 years ago, and I still think about it more than I should. Not every day, but often enough that it creeps back in when I least expect it. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it now. Maybe just to get it out, maybe to see if anyone else has heard of something similar. I don't know. I had taken some time off work and flown to Tasmania for a hiking trip. Nothing fancy or extreme, just a week out on the trails clearing my head. I had done solo backpacking before. I'm careful. I check in at ranger stations. I log my intended routes. I don't go off path. I pack what I need, and I don't try to be a hero. I do it for the quiet. It was day 3 of the trip, late afternoon. I was about a mile or 2 from a designated camping area when I saw her coming up the path ahead of me. She was alone, light pack, walking stick. Her clothes looked a little too clean for how far out we were, but not in a weird way, just new. She looked maybe late 20s. Black hair tied up, sunglasses, soft kind of voice when she said hello. She introduced herself as Kim, said she was doing the same trail but in the opposite direction. We stopped and talked for a minute, both of us standing there with our packs still on. She asked if I had seen any water sources nearby. I had, actually a stream maybe a quarter mile back. She smiled and said thanks, then sort of lingered. I asked if she was heading to the campsite. She said she might, said she was not in a rush. I don't know why I offered to walk back with her. Maybe it was just one of those things where you feel better seeing another person in the middle of nowhere. We ended up camping in the same area that night. Not in the same tent, obviously, but nearby. Close enough to talk. There were no other hikers around that I could see. We made a little fire, nothing big, just enough for warmth and light. She told me she had been traveling for about a month, said she had left her job back home and was doing this as a reset. That word stuck with me, reset. Like something had gone wrong, and she was trying to power cycle her whole life. I didn't ask for details. She didn't offer them. She wasn't odd or twitchy or anything like that, just quiet. A little distracted maybe, like she was keeping part of her attention on something else. Once or twice she looked over her shoulder toward the trees behind us, and I asked if she heard something. She said no, then smiled and changed the subject. Eventually we both turned in. I remember the moon was bright that night. My tent didn't have a full rain fly on, so I could see the sky through the mesh. I fell asleep fast. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. At first I figured she had packed up early and kept going. It happens. Some people like to move at first light, but when I got up to stretch and make coffee, I noticed something strange. Her shoes were still there. right outside the tent she had used, sitting neatly side by side. Her backpack was leaning against the tree where she had left it the night before. Her walking stick was propped up beside it. Everything was there, except her. I called out for her, thinking maybe she had gone to use the bathroom or to fetch water or something. No answer. I waited about 20 minutes, walking little circles around the campsite, calling her name once or twice, but not loudly. It still felt weird to shout out there. I didn't want to scare off animals or attract attention I didn't want. But she didn't come back. Eventually I unzipped her tent and looked inside. Nothing. No sleeping bag. No clothing. Just the flattened indent of where she had laid down. It didn't make sense. She was gone, but all of her gear was still there. And it wasn't scattered. It wasn't tossed or left in a panic. It looked like someone had taken the time to set it down carefully and then just vanished. I waited another hour before I touched anything. I figured if she came back, I didn't want to look like I had gone through her stuff. But when it hit noon and she still hadn't returned, I packed up and hiked back to the ranger station. It took me most of the day to get there. I filed a report, told them her name, the last place I saw her, and what I had found. They took it seriously. At least, they seemed to. Within 24 hours, they had people out on the trail. Drones, dogs, volunteers, the works. I offered to help, but they told me to stay put. For 5 days, I heard nothing. Then a ranger came to speak to me again. They had found her gear. Same backpack, same shoes, same walking stick. 40 miles from where I last saw her. Arranged just as neatly right beside a small stone fire pit in another camping zone. But this time the fire was still warm. There was a tent set up, just like before. No one inside. And the strangest thing? Her journal was sitting open on top of the sleeping mat. The last thing written, in very small handwriting, said, "I'm not alone out here after all." When the ranger told me they had found her things again, I asked if she was with them. I remember asking that right away before anything else. He didn't answer at first. He just gave me this slow, measured look, like he was weighing how much to say. Then he shook his head, said they found no trace of her, just the same gear I had seen back at the first site. It was all placed neatly around the fire pit, tent staked down, backpack resting against a log, her shoes again side by side. No sign of damage, no blood, no struggle. It didn't make sense. The spot was over 40 miles from where I had last seen her. Not 40 miles of road either. It was deep trail and rough in places. You would have to be seriously trained to cover that kind of ground in less than 2 or 3 days, and that's assuming you had water, gear, and a decent plan. But they told me it looked like the tent had only been there for a few hours. And the fire was still warm when they found it. Not just a leftover pile of ash, a ring of hot coals, maybe an hour cold at most. That part sat wrong with me. I had slept next to this girl, talked to her, watched her tie her boots, pick twigs out of her socks. She had not seemed like the kind of person who would just leave all her gear behind and disappear for fun. She was a little quiet, sure, but not unstable, not off. She had seemed like someone looking for peace, not chaos. I asked what they were doing next. They said more crews were heading out. They were expanding the search area. They were looking at wildlife movement, checking riverbeds, watching trail cams. I could tell they were trying to reassure me, but I could also tell they had no idea what had happened. A few hours later, one of the officers returned with the journal. It was a small, spiral-bound notebook, the kind you find at tourist shops. I recognized it immediately. I had seen her holding it the night we talked. She had been scribbling something by the fire while I cooked dinner. I had asked if she was writing a blog. She smiled and said something like, "Just notes, that was all." They let me flip through it. Most of the entries were short. Dates, trail notes, weather observations, nothing dramatic. Just small personal things, like heard frogs all night, or stream too dry to filter. Stuff hikers write to stay grounded or track where they've been. Then I got to the last page. The very last thing she wrote was dated the morning after I last saw her, the day she vanished from the first campsite. The sentence said, "I heard someone walking behind my tent last night, but when I looked, there was nothing." I read it 3 times. Then I turned the page. On the next side, in smaller handwriting, almost like she had not wanted to press too hard into the paper, she had written, "I think it was watching me. It stayed out of view." And then, under that, one more line. "I'm not alone out here after all." I felt sick reading it. Not scared, just unsettled, like something had been crawling around the edges of what I thought was true, and now it had finally stepped into the light. I handed the journal back and asked if I could leave. They said yes, but they asked me not to leave the area yet, just in case they had more questions. So I stayed. I camped near the ranger station that night, did not sleep much. Every crack of a branch made me sit up. Every wind gust through the trees made me check the zipper on my tent. I kept my headlamp on low, pointing at the ceiling of the tent, just to avoid being fully in the dark. My thoughts kept looping. Where did she go? Why leave everything behind? And how did her gear get moved that far with no one seeing anything? The next morning, they brought in a tracker, a local guy, looked like he had been living in the forest for 30 years. He went out with a dog and a radio, took photos of the camp layout, walked the perimeter, followed every boot print. He came back 4 hours later and said something strange. He said there were only one set of tracks. Hers. Coming in, but no tracks leaving. I asked how that was possible. He just shrugged. Sometimes the ground doesn't hold everything, he said, but this felt off. He said the earth around the tent had a pattern he couldn't explain, pressed down in spots, like someone had stood still for a long time, but without leaving proper footprints. Like weight had been applied unevenly, not like someone was sneaking, more like they were shifting back and forth, trying to stay balanced. He said he'd seen it once or twice before, usually when a person was hiding behind something and leaning out slowly. That image stuck in my head, someone just standing there quiet, shifting from foot to foot, trying to see inside her tent. He said one more thing. There was no drag, no scuffle, no sign she walked out of there. Just gone. Vanished. They searched for another 2 weeks. Nothing. No body. No clothes. No second sight. Her family was flown in. I didn't meet them, didn't want to intrude. They thanked me through one of the rangers, said they were grateful I'd talked to her, that I reported it. I didn't feel like I had done enough. I still don't. I ended up cutting my trip short after that. I told myself it was because I felt worn out or that the weather wasn't holding, but really I just couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't supposed to be out there anymore. Not on that trail, not sleeping in that forest. I had never felt unsafe in the woods before, but after what happened with Kim, it felt like something had changed. Like the place itself had turned on me a little. I kept thinking about the way she had looked over her shoulder that night by the fire. Just small glances, the kind you almost miss, and the way she smiled when I asked if she heard anything. That smile had not been nervous, it had been resigned, like maybe she had already heard something a few nights in a row and was tired of reacting. I kept that in my head as I packed up my gear, repacked it, and then walked the long trail back to the nearest outpost where I could call for a ride. I didn't talk to anyone on the way out, didn't stop for breaks. I just moved. Once I was home, I thought it would stop bothering me. I tried to settle back into work, into my normal routines. But the image of that empty tent, with her things laid out beside it, kept pushing into my thoughts when I least wanted it to. I would be standing in line at the grocery store or brushing my teeth, and suddenly I'd remember the sound of the wind in those trees, the dim glow of that little fire, and the feeling that someone else had been nearby without making a sound. I started reading about missing persons cases, not in a casual way either. I mean deep dives. I would go to forums, I'd find public records. I started bookmarking stories where the person had gone missing from a hiking trail or forest and left their gear behind. I told myself I was just curious, just trying to understand, but it was more than that. I needed to know how often this happened, and how often it went unsolved. The answer was worse than I expected. There were more cases like Kim's than I was ready for. People found without shoes, campsites left perfectly intact, journals with strange last entries. There was a pattern if you looked hard enough. Not in the locations they were all over, not in the time of year either, but in the quietness of it, the way they disappeared without the usual signs of a struggle. No broken branches, no torn fabric, no shouting heard by nearby hikers. Just gone. One night, about 6 weeks after I got home, I was going through old photos on my phone and found one I had completely forgotten about. It was from the night I met Kim. I had taken a shot of the fire, nothing fancy, just one of those quick snapshots you take when the flames are at the right height. I almost deleted it, but I tapped to zoom in instead. And then I noticed something in the background. It was faint, but just visible through the trees behind her tent. A shape, not close, but not far either. It was low to the ground, maybe behind a tree or half crouched. Not an animal, not with that height. It looked like a figure, a person, watching. I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, some kind of glare or shadow. But the more I looked, the more certain I became that it was real. There was a head, shoulders, a shape that was not part of the trees. I didn't know what to do with that. Who do you call with something like that? It was not new evidence. It didn't change what had already happened. I debated sending it to the ranger station, but worried it would sound like I was trying to insert myself into the case again. So I saved it to a backup drive and let it sit there. The dreams started not long after that. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like long stretches of silence broken by footsteps in the brush, or the sound of a zipper slowly being pulled open. One dream that came more than once was of me lying in a tent, just like the one on the trail, except this time I knew someone was outside. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them standing there, just watching. Sometimes I'd wake up and think I had heard someone walk past my house. Sometimes I'd stare out the window for too long, just waiting for a shape to move where it shouldn't. I told myself I was being paranoid. That trauma plays tricks on you. But part of me didn't believe that. There was a moment about 2 months later where I thought I saw her. I was in a cafe downtown just grabbing coffee. A woman walked in with a backpack, hair up, hiking boots, windbreaker jacket. From behind, it could have been Kim. My chest seized up before I could stop it. I turned, ready to stand up and say something. But she turned first. It wasn't her. Not even close. But I stood there for a few seconds too long, trying to make the pieces fit anyway. That's when I realized I wasn't just trying to figure out what happened. I was waiting for her to come back. I don't think she will. And the worst part is, I'm not sure she's dead. I think she's still out there. Somewhere. The thought that Kim might still be out there started small. It was not some huge revelation or wild theory. It was more like a quiet feeling that stuck around longer than it should have. I kept going back to the way her gear had been arranged so neatly, not scattered, not weather-worn, no signs of panic. Just sitting there by a warm fire like she had stepped out for a moment and planned to return. People don't just disappear like that unless they want to, or unless something else decides for them. I started reading her last journal entries again. I had copied them down before returning the original. I know that might sound strange, but the Rangers allowed it. They knew I was the last person to talk to her, and I think they figured any detail I could remember might help. I had taken a few photos of the pages, mostly for clarity. I pulled them up again and just stared at that last sentence. I'm not alone out here after all. The writing was small, precise, not shaky, not panicked. If she had been scared, she wasn't showing it on the page. It read more like an observation than a warning. As if the idea of not being alone was not necessarily good or bad, just true. That idea messed with me more than I care to admit. For a while, I stopped talking about the whole thing. I figured the people around me were getting tired of hearing it. Even the few who had originally shown concern started giving shorter responses. They were trying to be polite, but I could tell. That's how it always goes. People care for a week, maybe 2. After that, it becomes uncomfortable. You become the one who won't let it go. So I stopped bringing it up. But I kept thinking about it. I went back through every photo I had taken on that trip. Most of them were standard stuff. Trees, trail markers, a snake I had passed near a bend, but one stood out. I had taken it the morning before I met Kim. It showed the clearing just past the fork in the trail where I later set up camp. In the photo, way in the back, almost lost in the brush, was a shape. At first I thought it was a tree stump or maybe a trick of the light, but when I zoomed in, it looked too symmetrical, upright, human-sized, not moving, obviously, but visible. Like someone had been standing there long enough to get caught on camera without even trying to hide. I stared at that photo until my eyes hurt. I never showed it to anyone. I'm not sure why. I think part of me felt like if I kept talking about this, I'd bring it back with me somehow. But it came back anyway. About 4 months after I returned home, I got a call from an unknown number. I usually let those go to voicemail, but something told me to pick it up. When I did, it was a woman from the ranger station back in Tasmania. She sounded tired, careful with her words. She said, "We found something." I didn't say anything at first. She explained that another group of hikers had passed through a campsite roughly 30 miles from where Kim's second camp had been found. They didn't notice anything unusual at first. Just a spot with good water access and flat ground. But one of them wandered a little off the trail and found a tarp hung between 2 trees. Beneath it was a sleeping bag. Next to that, a stack of flat stones, arranged almost like a table, and on top of the stones was something familiar. Kim's journal. The same one. Same cover. Same tear along the bottom corner. Except this time it was open to a fresh page. The writing on it was shaky, rushed, different from before. It said, "He doesn't like the light." That's all. Just that one sentence. And next to it, a drawing. A circle with vertical lines running through it, like trees or bars. The woman on the phone said they searched the area but didn't find anything else. No clothing, no tracks, no remains, just that. She said they were reopening the case and asked if I would be willing to speak to someone again. I said yes, of course, but I could already tell from the way she spoke that she didn't expect it to help. When I hung up, I just sat there for a long time trying to picture it. A third sight. A new page. The same handwriting, but altered, like it had been written in a hurry or under stress. He doesn't like the light. That line keeps repeating in my head. Who is he? Why write it down? Why leave the journal behind again? It started to feel less like someone trying to escape something and more like someone trying to leave a trail, a breadcrumb path, except the crumbs were pages. And now I had 3 of them. 3 pieces of a story I could not finish. I printed all of them out and pinned them to a corkboard in my office. My partner asked me what I was doing. I told them it was research. But really, I just didn't want to forget the details. Not now. Because it felt like the story wasn't over. It felt like something was still waiting. Out there. After that last phone call, something shifted. I stopped pretending I could just move on. I mean, I had already been obsessed with it, even if I was keeping quiet about that part. But hearing there was a third sight, a new entry in the journal, and no other sign of her that made it feel less like a mystery and more like something darker, something planned, something with intention. I started sleeping with the corkboard still lit in the room. It sounds dumb, but having those notes visible, like puzzle pieces on a wall, gave me something to focus on when the silence got too heavy. There was no logical reason for me to still be this involved, But it had taken root in my head and I couldn't shake it. I told myself I was just trying to understand. That was only partly true. I was trying to figure out if she was dead. The journal entries were too clean at first, too measured. But that last one, the one found next to the makeshift stone table, was different. The handwriting was uneven, shaky, like she was either scared or sick, and that phrase still played on repeat every time I closed my eyes. He doesn't like the light. Whoever he was, she had apparently seen him more than once. And yet she was still moving, still setting up camps, still writing. So what was keeping her out there? I kept looking at that photo I had found, the one with the shape barely visible in the trees behind the fire. I adjusted the brightness. I tweaked the contrast. I tried to see if I could pull more detail out of it. The best I could get was a vague outline, tall, lean, crouched near the base of a tree. It didn't look like wildlife. And it didn't look like someone who wanted to be seen. That photo was taken before she disappeared, which meant someone was following her even then. I started putting together a timeline. The day I met her was day 3 of my trip, and by then she had already been on the trail for at least 2 or 3 days herself. Her journal mentioned something about hearing movement outside her tent the night before she reached my camp. That means she had been followed for at least 1 full night before I ever saw her. And then, after she vanished, her gear showed up twice. Once by the fire pit, once near that tarp shelter. Both times arranged carefully, both times without her. She wasn't just lost. She wasn't confused. Something had her. Or someone. It took me a while to admit that to myself, but once the thought took hold, it made everything line up. The neat camps, the untouched supplies, the way her shoes were always left behind. That part bothered me the most. No one hikes barefoot out there, not on that terrain. If she had left on her own, she would have taken them, which means someone else placed them. Like they were staging the site to look a certain way, like they wanted her to vanish, but they also wanted someone to know she had been there. I don't think she's still alive. I hate saying that. I've held on to this idea for months that maybe she found something, saw something, and decided to run off-grid. Maybe she was trying to hide from something and just didn't want to be found. But the evidence doesn't fit that. She didn't take her gear. She didn't hide her journal. She left behind these notes like they were messages, and each one pointed in the same direction. She wasn't alone. Someone else was there, watching, following, and eventually, I think, taking. There was no blood, no broken tents or torn clothing, just these small moments left behind, like breadcrumbs dropped in the woods. And I started wondering what kind of person leaves things that way. If it had been an animal attack, there would have been signs. If she had gotten lost, someone would have found her bag at least once by accident, but that never happened. Everything that was found had been placed. That was the word the ranger had used, placed, like it had been arranged. And the fire being warm at the second camp, that haunted me, because it means she had been there, or someone had, recently. That part is hard to let go of. You start imagining the scene, the way the smoke must have still lingered in the trees, the heat still pulsing from the coals, a tent still standing like it was waiting for someone to return. And then the rangers stepping into that space, expecting to find her, but instead just finding silence. That's not just a disappearance. That's a message. And I think whoever left it wanted someone to know they had her. I kept going back to the idea of a person living out there, someone who didn't want to be found, who watched the trails, who knew the patterns. I know it sounds like some backwoods story people like to tell around campfires, but after everything I've read, after seeing how many people vanish out there under almost identical conditions, I don't think it's just coincidence. It's possible someone lives out there, off trail, off grid, maybe not even far from where she was last seen. And maybe he has done this before. Maybe Kim wasn't the first. I've started writing it all down, not just for myself, but in case I ever decide to share it more widely. I haven't posted about it online, not yet. I'm still trying to decide if that's the right thing to do. But I want a record, something someone else can look at one day and know this wasn't just a story. Something happened out there, and I think Kim knew it was coming. I used to think that unsolved stories always had a crack in them, some gap where the truth had just barely slipped through a missed detail, a witness who forgot something, a camera that was turned the wrong way. I figured most of the time someone somewhere probably had the answer. They just did not know they had it. But this one felt different. There were no gaps, just silence, like something had come through and swept away every single trace it did not want found. No obvious mistake, no clue left behind that could lead to the rest of the picture. Just echoes. Kim's journal was the only part that ever felt solid. And even that was starting to feel like a trail that had been cut off halfway through. The rangers eventually closed the search again. There was no new evidence, no fresh leads. I knew that was coming, but it still felt like a door slamming shut. I asked if they had checked nearby caves or overhangs, places someone might use for shelter. They told me they had. They had covered the area for miles in every direction from the last known site. Nothing. No footprints, no signal pings, just forest. I started walking more after that, around my neighborhood, around the parks near home, sometimes even driving out to small trails on the weekends and just standing in the woods for a few minutes before heading back. I do not know what I was expecting. I wasn't looking for her, not really. I think I just wanted to feel close to the thing that had changed everything. Like maybe if I could step back into that kind of quiet, I would understand what had happened. But I never did. Not fully. Over time, the nightmares stopped. The ones where I was inside a tent and someone was outside, waiting. The ones where I opened my eyes and saw Kim standing at the edge of the trees, barefoot, holding her journal, pointing at something I could never quite see. They stopped. But I still remember the details, the way the fire crackled the night I met her, the way her voice sounded when she asked about the stream, the way she smiled like someone who was trying to be okay even when they weren't. I think that's what stuck with me most. She had not seemed scared. Not yet. Just distant, like she already knew something was wrong, but had not decided whether to say it out loud. And now, 2 years later, I believe she was taken. I don't think it was an accident, and I don't think she's coming back. I think whoever was following her knew exactly what they were doing, knew the trail systems, knew how to move without leaving marks, knew how to make someone disappear without a trace, and still leave just enough behind to confuse everyone who came after. I think about the gear, the way her shoes were always placed neatly, the way the tent was pitched like someone had done it with practice. Those weren't panic scenes, they were set pieces. Staged, which means the person who did it wanted us to find them. Not Kim, just the things. Just enough to make you think you might be close. That's what still gets under my skin, the idea that someone out there wanted to create the illusion that she had vanished naturally, while also hinting that she hadn't, like it was some kind of game. Like the person behind it was daring someone to follow the trail. But no one did. Not really. There are too many stories like this. People go missing in the wilderness all the time, and the more isolated the trail, the less likely it is anyone ever finds out what actually happened. People fall. People get lost. Sometimes they want to disappear, but sometimes something else is out there. Something watching. Something waiting. I don't think Kim ran away. I don't think she got turned around and wandered into the bush with no supplies. I think she stayed calm because she thought she had time. Maybe she thought the thing outside her tent would go away. Maybe it had before. But that last night, the handwriting said it all. She was scared. Whoever he was, she had seen him. Enough to give him a presence, a shape, a pattern. He doesn't like the light. I think about that sentence a lot. It sounds like something a kid would whisper during a storm, but she wrote it like a fact, like something she had tested. Maybe she had used a flashlight. Maybe she had tried to confront it. Whatever it was, I think she learned too late that it wasn't going to stop following her. And now, I'm the only one still looking at this. I have her journal pages printed and stored in a drawer. I backed up the photo of the figure in the trees. I've written down everything I can remember, from the exact time I met her to the look on her face when she stirred sugar into tea by the fire. It's not evidence, but it's something. If someone else ever goes missing out there in the same area, I want to be ready. I want them to find my notes, to know what to look for, to know what it means if a campsite looks too perfect or a fire is still warm with no one in sight. I don't think this was random. I think Kim was followed. And I think whoever did it knew what they were doing. It's not the kind of ending I wanted, but it's the one I'm left with. A story with no body, no final clue, just a few pages, some ashes, and a silence that has never really gone away. She was real, and she didn't just disappear. Something took her. And someone out there knows exactly how. This probably won't sound like much at first, but it's one of those things that sneaks up on you. I didn't even realize how off it was until I looked back at all of it, how long it went on, how early the signs started. I feel stupid saying that now, because it seems so obvious, but it wasn't then. It started with my car Bluetooth. I drive a '16 Civic, nothing special, just the kind of car that's reliable enough to never make you think twice about it. I park it in a lot behind my building, right under a streetlight. It's not a high crime area or anything, so I've never worried much. A couple months ago, I started noticing something weird when I got in the car in the morning. The Bluetooth screen would flash like it was connecting to a device not mine. My phone's named normally, just my name. But this was something else. Nokia 1031. I figured it was a neighbor's, maybe someone walking past. The system's kind of dumb, it'll pick up whatever's nearby, even if it never connects. But it kept happening. Not every day, but maybe 3 or 4 mornings a week. Always when I started the engine for the first time, I'd hear the little chirp, the screen would blink, and I'd see that same name. Nokia 1031. It never stayed connected, just popped up, then disappeared. I kept forgetting to delete it from the known devices list. I'd see it, go, I'll take care of that later, and then forget again. Then one morning I got in and noticed the glove box was open. I never leave it open. I don't keep much in there, just napkins, insurance card, and one of those mini tire inflator kits. But it was wide open like someone had been digging through it. I assumed maybe I'd hit the latch accidentally the day before. I slammed it shut and didn't think about it again. Then, a few days later, the passenger seat was reclined all the way back. I hadn't touched it. I drive alone. I almost never have passengers, and when I do, nobody adjusts the seat like that. It was flat, like someone had been sleeping in it. That's when the Bluetooth thing clicked in my head. Nokia 1031. Back again that morning. I finally pulled up the dash cam footage. I'd installed one last winter after a hit and run on my street, but I barely ever check it. I had to dig through the micro SD card just to find the right night. I fast-forwarded through most of it, just hours of quiet parking lot footage under the streetlight. Until 3:17 a.m. The frame jumped a little as motion was detected. And then I saw it. The interior lights blinked on. Someone was already inside. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't see them approach the car. I didn't see the door open. They were just there, sitting in the driver's seat. Not panicked, not rushed. They reached over and popped the lock on the rear door, then climbed into the back seat, like they'd done it before, like it was normal. They pulled a blanket out from somewhere I couldn't see, maybe under their coat, and laid down. No rush, no fumbling. Just tucked themselves in like they were settling in for the night. They were holding something in their right hand. When they shifted, it caught the light. A key fob. My key fob. At least, it looked exactly like mine. They laid there, completely still. Didn't check their phone. Didn't drink anything. Just curled up and disappeared under the blanket. My chest went tight. I backed the footage up, watched again. They didn't come from anywhere. No one approached the car. They were inside already. I pulled the SD card and sat there on the couch, shaking. Went outside 15 minutes later and checked the back seat. Didn't find the blanket, didn't find anything, but the faint outline of where someone had been lying down was still there, pressed into the cushion. I checked all the windows, no sign of a break-in. Doors were locked. I only have one key fob. The spare was supposed to be in my kitchen drawer, but when I checked, the drawer was empty. I didn't call the police that night. I don't know why. I think part of me was afraid they'd ask how long it had been happening. I didn't have an answer. I changed the locks on my apartment the next morning. I started sleeping with a baseball bat near the bed. I know that sounds paranoid, but after watching someone fold themselves into my car like it was theirs, I didn't feel stupid about being cautious anymore. I went 3 nights without seeing the Bluetooth pop up. Then it came back. Nokia 1031. The same day, I walked out to my car and found a small smear on the rear window. Faint, like something greasy. The shape wasn't clear, just the smudge of a hand or a coat sleeve brushing past. That night, I checked the dash cam footage again. Same time. 3:17. Interior lights flicker. They're back. This time, they don't lie down. They just sit in the passenger seat. Hands folded. Looking straight ahead. No movement. Just still. For over an hour. Then the lights flick off and they're gone. Not walking away. Just gone. After the footage ended, I just sat there in the dark with my laptop open, watching that frame over and over again. The way they sat so still. The way they didn't look around, didn't check their phone, didn't adjust the seat or scratch or yawn or do anything normal. Just sat there, hands folded, staring through the windshield. And the part that kept getting under my skin when the interior lights turned off again, it didn't happen because the door closed. It happened like someone had manually pressed the button. Like they knew how to make themselves disappear on camera. They were too good at this. Too comfortable. I deleted the footage off the dash cam, not to hide it just because I couldn't look at it anymore. Like leaving it on the card meant it was still happening. I called the police the next day. Told them someone had been breaking into my car at night. I didn't go into details about the footage or the Bluetooth or the key fob. I just said someone had gotten in and I didn't know how. The officer was polite but casual, took down the basics, said they'd add extra patrols around the block, told me to keep the doors locked and maybe consider parking in a garage if I could. I didn't have a garage, just the same open lot, the same patch of concrete under that buzzing streetlight. I started parking closer to the curb after that, just within view of my kitchen window. Still not perfect, but at least I could see the car at night without stepping outside. For a few days, nothing happened. No Bluetooth ping. No glove box. No seat movement. I started to feel like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it had just been a one-time thing, some freak moment where someone found an open door and took advantage of it. Maybe the smudge was old. Maybe I'd misread the light turning off. Maybe. But then the key fob went missing again. I know where I keep it now. I double-checked it every morning for a week. Middle drawer, right side, under the takeout menus. And on the 6th day, it was gone. No sign of forced entry, no broken window. My apartment door was still locked from the inside. But the drawer was open. And the fob was gone. Again. I ran outside. The car was still there, still locked. I started it with my primary fob. It worked fine. Everything looked untouched. Until I checked the rearview mirror. It had been tilted slightly upward. just enough that I couldn't see out the back properly. Not a big change. Not something you'd notice unless you looked for it. But it was different. That night, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the car from the window. The street lamp flickered a little, but nothing happened for hours. Just whined, the occasional car passing, someone walking a dog. Then, at exactly 3:17, the Bluetooth chirped on my phone. Nokia 1031, connected. Not available, not nearby. Connected. I froze. Looked at my phone. It had linked up to something before I even left the apartment. I opened the dash cam feed through the app. The camera I'd installed had a live view option. I clicked it, heart pounding, and there they were. Back seat. Lying down again, blanket pulled to the chin, legs bent slightly toward the passenger side. Same shape, same stillness. But this time, their face was turned toward the camera. Not enough to see details, just enough to make it clear they knew it was there. Like they were waiting for me to look. I didn't call the police this time. I don't know why. It felt pointless. I felt involved now. Not in danger necessarily, not yet, but tangled up in something I didn't understand. I stayed at a friend's apartment the next night. Didn't tell her the real reason. Just said there was work being done on my place. She let me crash on her couch without questions. But when I left the next morning and got into her car to drive back to mine, the screen blinked. Connecting to Nokia 1031. I didn't even have to check. I already knew it wasn't my phone. I stared at the screen for maybe a full minute. Nokia 1031. That name, again, on a different car, a different Bluetooth system, a different city block. I wasn't even in my own neighborhood. I was driving my friend's Camry. I hadn't been near my own Civic in over 12 hours. And still there it was. The car's system tried to pair automatically, like it had done this before. Like it recognized it. I hit the cancel button on the screen, pulled over on a side street, and just sat there. My hands were shaking. I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in my car wasn't just camping out or stealing keys. They were following me. Or they had followed me, and now they were already somewhere nearby, close enough for a Bluetooth signal to pop up. I called my friend and told her something came up and I needed to go back to my place. I didn't explain why. I just drove, took side streets, kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at a corner holding my spare fob. But there was no one, just the occasional pedestrian, some late dog walkers. By the time I got home, I couldn't remember half the drive. I went straight upstairs and locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, deadbolt, chain, all of it. Then I checked my phone. No new devices had been added to my Bluetooth list. But when I opened the app for the dash cam, there was a new alert. Motion detected at 3:17. I hit play. The feed showed the inside of my Civic. Passenger door closed, no one inside. Then the rear door opened, from the inside. Someone sat up in the back seat. Same blanket. Same jacket, They didn't look at the camera this time. They just sat there for a long while, motionless. Then at 3:30 they reached up and touched the rearview mirror, tilted it slowly, just a few degrees. And then they mouthed something. Not loud, not dramatic, just lips moving. One sentence. I couldn't hear it, obviously. There's no audio on the interior cam. But I replayed the frame a dozen times, and I'm almost certain I know what they said. I see you. That's when I disconnected the camera. Ripped it straight off the dash. Didn't care if it damaged the cable. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know. The next morning I went out to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing disturbed. Except in the center console, tucked under some receipts, was a small piece of paper. Folded, perfectly square. I opened it. No words. Just a crude drawing. Black ink, ballpoint pen, a sketch of a car, mine, I think. Rear seat shaded darker than the rest. And above it, a little bubble, a face. No eyes, just the outline. And inside the face, 3 short lines. One across the mouth, 2 above where the eyes would be. Like someone trying to mark quiet, or watching. I crumpled the paper and left it in the console, closed the lid, didn't want it in my pocket, didn't want it near me. That night, I took a sleeping pill, the first one I'd used in months. I just needed to get through one night without hearing the name pop up, without checking my phone every half hour. I still woke up around 3:30, not to a sound, just a feeling. I rolled over and looked out the window. The street lamp was off. Just that one, all the others still glowing. Mine dark. I stared into the lot. Couldn't see much, but I knew the shape of my own car. And I swear, in the passenger seat, I saw a light blink on for half a second. The blue glow of a screen connecting. Then gone again. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day, I went to a locksmith and had them recode my key fobs. I paid extra to make sure they wiped the old ones completely, even the spares, even the ones still in my possession. The guy looked confused when I handed over 2 fobs and said I needed all of them voided. Lose one, he asked. I just nodded. Didn't want to explain that someone else had been using mine more than I had. That night, I parked the Civic 2 blocks away. On purpose. I figured if this thing or this person was still following me, I didn't want them that close to the apartment. I checked the car before bed. Locked, lights off, empty. But the next morning, my phone pinged as I left the building. A new Bluetooth connection request. Nokia 1031. Followed by one line of text in the dashcam app. Even though the camera had been disconnected, you shouldn't have moved it. I didn't know what to do with the message. You shouldn't have moved it. I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to disappear like maybe I imagined it. The dashcam app was still on my phone, even though I'd ripped the actual device off the windshield. There shouldn't have been a way for it to send anything. But the message was there. No notification, no alert, just waiting in the log like any other motion event. And the time next to it, spelled out now in my head whether I wanted it to be or not, was 3:17 in the morning. Same every night. I deleted the app. Not just closed it. I wiped it from the phone, cleared the data, factory reset it just to be safe. Then I tossed the camera into a dumpster behind the strip mall a few streets over. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe if I couldn't see it anymore, it couldn't see me either. But that night, when I started the car, the screen blinked again. Nokia 1031. This time it didn't even hesitate. It connected. I shut the car off immediately and just sat there with my hands on the wheel, engine off, doors locked, heart racing. I was parked 2 blocks away from home again. Thought it would give me some space, but that made it worse. Now I was farther from my apartment, farther from help, and whatever had followed me had clearly never needed a key in the first place. I didn't sleep. I left the car where it was and walked back to my apartment with my hood up, head down. Didn't check the mirrors, didn't check the sidewalk behind me. I didn't want to know if someone was following. But I could feel it. That weight, like being watched from a place just out of frame. The next morning, I stood at my kitchen counter with my hands on either side of the sink and said it out loud. "What do you want?" It was stupid. There was no answer, no whisper, no knock, nothing but my own voice bouncing off the cabinets. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed it to do something, to explain itself, or to end. Instead, I found another piece of paper that night. Not in the car, in my apartment, folded and tucked between the couch cushions, like it had been slid in while I wasn't looking. Same paper, same handwriting. No words this time, just a small drawing. A door, cracked open, and inside it, a dark rectangle with a single curved line, like a person curled on the floor. I flipped the paper over. Nothing. No date, no signature, just that simple, awful drawing. I didn't throw this one away. I left it on the counter and went to bed with every light on. I dreamt I was driving. Same streets I always take, same route home. But every time I turned, the road led back to the train yard. No matter which way I turned the wheel, I'd end up circling the same lot of rusted freight cars and graffiti-tagged fences, headlights cutting through tall grass. My own taillights reflected back at me from somewhere I shouldn't have been able to see. In the dream, I heard the voice for the first time. Not a shout. Not even words, really. Just a whisper that sounded like it came from the speakers. Some part of me knew what it was trying to say. You let me in. I woke up on the couch, mouth dry, neck aching, the lights still on. I didn't go to work that day. I didn't go anywhere. I sat in my kitchen for hours with the paper in front of me, tracing the lines of that little figure in the doorway with my fingertip, over and over. At some point I started crying, and I didn't even notice when I started. The next night, the Bluetooth didn't connect. The car was quiet. No smudges on the windows. No paper in the console. No alert on my phone. And for the first time in weeks, I thought maybe it was over. But the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. I left the car parked on the street and slept in my bed for the first time in days. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. It wasn't a call, just a new file sitting in my inbox. No subject, no sender, just a video titled "Back Seat." I didn't want to open the video. It just sat there in my inbox, waiting. No message attached, no name, just that single file, titled in lowercase, "Back Seat." I stared at it for a long time, phone in my hand, thumb hovering just above the screen, like maybe if I hesitated long enough, it would vanish on its own, but it didn't. I finally pressed play. It opened in a narrow frame shot vertically, like a phone camera, no sound. The interior of my car. From the center console, facing the back seat. The lighting was dim. It looked like it had been recorded just before dawn, that washed out gray that settles over everything right before the sun comes up. It was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet where you know someone else is nearby, even if you can't see them yet. A few seconds passed. Then something shifted. The blanket moved, and the person, the same one from the dash cam footage, sat up slowly. Not groggy, not disoriented, just upright, like they'd been awake already. They turned to face the camera, and for the first time, I saw the face clearly. Or tried to, because the face didn't look real. Not in a disfigured or monstrous way, just wrong. Like it had been pieced together from memory. Almost human, almost familiar. But the details wouldn't stick. Every time I blinked, it felt different. The mouth was too narrow, the eyes too far apart, the skin too flat. Like something had assembled a mask and worn it for so long it had started to melt. They looked at the camera for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they smiled. A small, stretched smile, and leaned forward. The video ended there. No sound, no fade. Just a hard stop. I sat on the floor, phone in my lap, not breathing. Because the scariest part of that whole thing wasn't the face. It was the background. The window. Behind the figure, outside the car, was my building. Not from the usual side. From the alley behind it. The view you'd only get if you parked in the back. I hadn't parked there in weeks. I deleted the video. Not that it mattered. I knew it would show up again if it wanted to. That night, I didn't go home. I didn't go to a friend's place either. I just drove. Took the highway north until the city lights disappeared, until I couldn't feel the weight of anything behind me. Pulled into a rest stop around 3 in the morning. Didn't sleep. Just sat in the car with the engine off and my hands in my lap, watching the lot from behind the windshield. Nothing happened. No Bluetooth pop-up. No movement in the mirrors. But I could feel it again. That awareness. That soft, awful attention pressing down on me from somewhere outside the glass. I drove home at sunrise. Tired. Hungry. Empty. The car felt smaller than it had before. Like the seats were closer together, like the back was pushing forward just slightly. I started leaving the doors unlocked. That sounds insane, I know. But something about locking them felt useless now, like trying to keep a shadow out with a chain. I let the blanket stay in the back, too. It had reappeared some time after I got back. Neatly folded. No smell. No stains. It was like a courtesy. Like someone wanted me to understand I didn't need to be afraid. I just needed to accept it. Whatever it was. The next evening, I walked past the train yard. I don't usually take that route, but I wanted to see it again. Wanted to know if I felt anything, if the signal would return. I passed a row of broken chain-link fencing and stepped around a puddle where the ground dipped unevenly. The whole area smelled like wet metal and something older underneath it, like cold dust that had never been disturbed. As I walked, my phone buzzed. Just once. No message. No call. Just a brief screen flash. Device detected. Spelled out in full. Nokia 1031. I looked around. Nothing moved. No one followed. But the cars, the rusted ones lined up along the edge of the yard, they all looked like mine. Just a little. Same curve to the roof. Same shape to the rear window. I turned and left. Didn't look back. Didn't check the mirrors. Didn't run. Just walked like someone who already knew what was behind them. When I got home, there was one final note waiting. Not in the car. Not in my apartment. Taped to my front door. Handwritten. One sentence. The key was always yours. I stood at the door with that note in my hand for what felt like an hour. The key was always yours. The handwriting was the same as before. Small, tidy letters written in black pen. No punctuation, no signature. Just that one sentence, taped neatly to the frame like it belonged there. I didn't open the door right away. Something about that line settled in a part of me I didn't want to look at too closely. I felt like if I crossed the threshold too fast, something would follow. So I waited. I watched the hallway, watched the stairs. No one came. When I finally stepped inside, everything looked normal. Lights off. Shoes where I left them. Blanket still folded at the foot of the bed. But it didn't feel empty. I sat on the edge of the couch and stared at the window. The car was out there, parked in the usual spot. Still, silent. The same Civic I'd driven for years. Same scratch under the driver's side mirror. Same dent in the rear bumper from the snowplow last winter. But it didn't feel like mine anymore. Or maybe it felt too much like mine, like the version of it that had learned to watch me back. I didn't leave the apartment for the rest of the day. I didn't check the Bluetooth. I didn't open the app. I didn't even start the car. I just stayed inside, quiet, and let the silence settle. That night, I dreamed I was back inside the car. But it wasn't moving. It was parked somewhere unfamiliar. A wide, open lot under a pale yellow streetlight. No buildings, no signs, just gravel and air. The windows were fogged, like someone had been breathing inside for too long. And I wasn't alone. In the back seat, someone was sitting up straight, not moving, not speaking, just watching me in the mirror. When I turned around, they leaned forward and pressed something into my hand. A key. Not the fob. A real metal key, old, worn, one of those cut from a machine types, with no buttons or plastic, just jagged steel and a strip of tape wrapped around the top. I looked down at it, and when I looked up, the back seat was empty. But the blanket was still warm. I woke up with my hands clenched. Nothing in them. Just sweat. The next morning I walked down to the car, not because I had to go anywhere. I just needed to see it, to make sure it was still real. The windows were clear, the doors locked. But when I looked through the glass, something was different. On the passenger seat, tucked between the cushion and the center console, was the blanket. Folded. A single key placed on top. Not a fob. Not mine. The same key from the dream. I didn't open the door. I didn't go inside. I just stood there in the cold, staring at it. And finally, I understood. This whole time, I'd thought someone was using my car like a place to hide. But it wasn't that. It never was. They weren't sneaking in. They were returning. And somewhere along the way, the car stopped being mine. Not stolen. Not haunted. Just changed. Claimed. The seat remembered them. The console held their things. The mirror tilted to their eyes. And the key? It was always theirs. I'd just been borrowing it, driving someone else's silence, keeping it warm. That night, I left the doors unlocked. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't check the mirrors. I sat in the driver's seat, laid the blanket across my legs, and waited. For what, I still don't really know. But I didn't feel scared. I just felt finished. Like whatever had been circling my life was no longer outside the car or inside it, but somewhere else entirely. Or maybe right beside me, breathing softly enough not to be heard. I didn't check. I didn't speak. I just stayed until the sun started to rise. And then I drove. No destination. No music. Just the sound of the road and the soft pulse of the Bluetooth waiting to connect. Not to my phone. Not anymore. But to itself. To whatever it remembered. And for once, I didn't mind. I haven't told this story in a long time. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I wanted to. But after what I found online yesterday, I can't stop thinking about it, so maybe writing it out will help me understand, or at least, I hope so. This all started 2 summers ago. My best friend Alex and I decided to go backpacking in the Huron National Forest. We'd both grown up camping, but usually with family tents pitched near crowded campsites, car engines and radios always audible in the background. This trip was different. This was real backpacking 2 friends, 3 days, carrying everything on our backs into a place far enough that your phone becomes nothing more than a glorified flashlight. On the first day, we hiked about 6 miles deep into the woods. I remember it clearly: bright blue skies, the kind that make everything look fake, and the air fresh enough to sting your lungs if you breathed in too deep. We passed a couple of hikers early on, exchanged quick hellos, but after the first 2 hours, it was just the two of us and the silence of the forest. We set up camp in a clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that towered over us, making it feel like twilight even though the sun was still high. It felt perfect. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how good it felt to just be disconnected. That first night was completely normal. We cooked beans and sausages on a small camping stove, laughed over stupid memories from high school, and fell asleep in our separate sleeping bags without any trouble. It was the second day when things got strange. We spent the day hiking a rough loop around the area, exploring narrow trails and climbing over fallen logs. We didn't see a single other person all day. That night, back at camp, just as the sky was turning from orange to deep purple, we heard something. It was subtle at first, a rustling sound, like someone carefully moving through branches. "Probably just a deer," Alex said, poking at the campfire with a stick. But it wasn't a deer. We heard footsteps, unmistakable footsteps, heavy enough to break twigs but deliberate, careful, as if trying not to be heard. We both went quiet, listening. Neither of us moved. After a few moments, the footsteps stopped, and we both relaxed a bit, telling ourselves it was just another hiker looking for a spot to pitch a tent. About 15 minutes later, we heard the unmistakable sounds of a tent being set up, poles snapping into place, nylon fabric rustling softly. Whoever it was, they were quiet, efficient. The weird thing was we hadn't seen another person all day, and this spot wasn't exactly easy to find. "Maybe someone hiking the same trail," Alex whispered. I nodded, and we eventually decided to just call out and say hello. It felt awkward to pretend we didn't notice. "Hey, need any help over there?" I called into the darkness. My voice felt louder than it should have, breaking the quiet sharply. There was no response, nothing, just silence that seemed to grow thicker in the dark. I shrugged at Alex, trying to look more comfortable than I felt. We convinced ourselves whoever it was had probably just gone to sleep, tired from hiking, maybe wearing headphones. The next morning we saw it, a small yellow tent, maybe 30 feet from ours, set back against the edge of the clearing. It was quiet, zipped up tight, with no movement or sound from inside. We ate breakfast, occasionally glancing toward it, expecting someone to emerge, but nobody ever did. By mid-afternoon, Alex started to get uneasy. "Should we check on them?" he finally asked. But something held me back. Maybe it was the absolute stillness of the tent, or how eerily quiet it seemed over there. Something didn't feel right. "Nah, they're probably just sleeping late," I said, trying to reassure us both. But deep down, I didn't quite believe it. That night was colder. We zipped our sleeping bags tight and crawled inside the tent earlier than usual. Neither of us admitted it out loud, but we both felt uneasy. It was around midnight when I first heard it. Soft, muffled sobbing. It was coming from the direction of the yellow tent. At first I thought I was imagining it, my mind playing tricks, amplifying the rustle of leaves or the gentle wind. But the sound continued, unmistakably human soft cries, the kind you make when you're trying desperately not to be heard. I whispered Alex's name, and he answered instantly. He heard it too. "What do we do?" he whispered, tense, his voice tight with fear. I had no idea. I didn't want to investigate in the dark, not when every instinct screamed at me to stay away. As we sat in silence, frozen in uncertainty, the sobbing shifted. The crying slowly changed into whispers, soft, fast whispers that didn't quite form words. It sounded like someone having an urgent conversation, but we never heard another voice reply. Neither of us slept after that. We sat up, tense, listening, the sound of whispers slowly fading as the night stretched into early morning. By sunrise, the woods were silent again. When we finally had enough courage to look outside our tent, the yellow tent was gone, completely. Just a flat patch of grass where it had been, pressed down gently as if someone had lain there, but no footprints, no trash, no marks indicating anyone had walked away. We packed quickly, saying very little. By the time we reached our car at the trailhead, the strange encounter already felt unreal, like a shared hallucination. A weird story you tell friends, but don't fully believe yourself. We laughed it off over pizza that night, shaking our heads at how creeped out we'd gotten over probably nothing. I told myself we had imagined it, some trick of the wind or sound. But deep down, it felt like we'd stumbled onto something that wasn't meant to be found. And then, a week later, I made the mistake of posting pictures from our trip online. Harmless camping shots, trees, trails, our tent. That's when the comment appeared beneath one of the photos. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." I stared at it, heart pounding, a wave of dread washing over me. Because that meant whatever we'd experienced, it wasn't just us. I stared at that comment for longer than I'd like to admit, my hand slightly trembling over the keyboard. I blinked hard, hoping it might disappear or somehow rearrange itself into something harmless. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." The profile name was Alib22. Clicking it didn't show much, no picture, no posts, just a generic account with a handful of random follows. My stomach tightened. Was it just a prank? Some random internet troll who thought it would be funny to scare us? But how could they know? It had been exactly 7 days since Alex and I left the woods. For 7 days, we'd convinced ourselves that what happened, what we'd heard, what we'd felt was just our imagination, a strange dream woven by exhaustion and isolation. Now, reading that single comment, it was like a cold hand had reached out from the screen and dragged me right back to that dark clearing. I texted Alex immediately, checked the post, someone else saw her. His reply came quickly, almost instantly. "What?" "Just look," I typed back, unable to explain further. Minutes later, my phone rang. It was Alex, sounding shaky. "Is this some kind of joke?" His voice was low, cautious. "No," I said softly, hoping I sounded calmer than I felt. "I have no idea who this person is." We sat quietly, neither of us speaking for what felt like an eternity. I stared at my laptop, rereading the comment again and again, wishing I could see through the screen, Find this alley person and demand answers. What if they're serious? Alex finally asked. What if we weren't imagining it? I didn't have an answer for him, because deep down, I knew it hadn't been our imagination. The whispers, the crying, the silence in that yellow tent I'd spent the past week pretending it was nothing, trying to forget. But it wasn't nothing. Someone else had seen her too. I'm messaging her, I said finally, my voice firm, though I felt anything but confident. Okay, Alex said after another pause. Just be careful. I typed out the message slowly, deleting and rewriting it several times before finally hitting send. Hey, I saw your comment. We camped at Huron too. Can you tell me more about what happened to you? I waited, staring at the screen. 5 minutes became 10, then 20, and just as I was about to give up, a small notification popped up. Allie, B22, is typing. My heart jumped. Her reply was short, direct, and unsettling. Can I call you? I hesitated for only a moment, glancing nervously at my phone before typing out my number. A minute later, it rang, the screen showing an unknown caller. I answered cautiously. Hello? A woman's voice came through softly, tired and wary. Hey, this is Allie. You're the one from Reddit, right? Yeah, I replied. I'm Sam. There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing quietly, gathering her thoughts. Look, Sam, she finally said. I thought we were the only ones, but after I saw your picture, I recognized the clearing immediately. How? I asked, my throat tight. Because we camped there last summer, same exact spot, same everything. We were on a hiking trip for my friend Hannah's birthday. Just 3 of us, me, Hannah, and her boyfriend Kyle. We thought the place was perfect. She paused again, breathing shakily. But on our second night, someone else showed up. My heart pounded harder as she spoke, her words eerily familiar. It was a little yellow tent, pitched maybe 30 feet from ours. No fire, no flashlight, nothing just there when we woke up in the morning. We didn't see or hear anyone all day. By nightfall, we started feeling weird about it, but figured maybe the person was just shy or something. Did you see her? I asked urgently, my voice shaking slightly. Whoever was inside. No, she whispered, but around midnight we heard crying, quiet at first, then louder. We thought someone needed help. Kyle went out to check, and it stopped. As soon as he went back in our tent, it started again. Then came whispers, like a conversation, but just one voice. Kyle was too freaked out to go back outside again. My breath caught in my chest. That's exactly what happened to us. She exhaled shakily, sounding relieved to finally tell someone. We left as soon as the sun came up, but when we got outside, the yellow tent was gone. Just flat grass, no footprints, nothing. We didn't find anything either, I said numbly. There was another pause, and then she said softly, but I lied in that comment. She wasn't just outside for hours. She followed us out. What do you mean, followed? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She hesitated. We walked back out at sunrise, maybe 4 miles back to the car, and every 20 minutes or so, we'd hear something behind us, soft footsteps, twigs cracking. When we turned around, No one was ever there. But the feeling was, she paused again, gathering herself, like we were being watched. And whoever it was stayed just far enough away that we couldn't see them. My palms felt clammy. Did you ever report it? To who? She laughed bitterly. What would we say? That someone cried outside our tent and followed us without us ever actually seeing them. The rangers would have thought we were crazy. I knew exactly how she felt. Do you still think about it? Her voice grew softer. Every day, especially when it's quiet, and sometimes I swear I can hear the whispers again. After a pause, she added in a whisper, "Can you?" I didn't answer right away, because until that moment, I hadn't let myself admit it, not even to Alex, but ever since that trip, I'd wake up sometimes at night, heart pounding, certain I'd just heard soft whispers in the room. I'd chalked it up to nightmares, nerves, lingering stress. But now, hearing someone else say it, it suddenly felt real, like something had followed us out too. Yeah, I admitted quietly, I think I do. Neither of us said anything else. The line just held the quiet static of our shared fear. Finally, Allie spoke again. Sam, whatever that was, I don't think it was human. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't lost. It was waiting. After my call with Allie, everything started feeling different. The quiet moments I'd normally love early mornings before work. Evenings when Alex wasn't around began to feel charged, like something heavy and unseen was lurking in the corners. The whispers I'd brushed off as bad dreams became clearer, sharper. Each time I'd lie perfectly still, eyes wide open, holding my breath as I listened to soft, unintelligible words somewhere just beyond my bedroom door. When I finally talked to Alex about it, I could tell he'd been hearing them too. He tried to brush it off, blaming stress, sleep deprivation, anxiety, anything but admitting we both knew it wasn't that simple. I didn't blame him. Denial felt safer than believing something had followed us home. But when Alex called me a week later, voice tight and nervous, I knew his denial had finally cracked. "Sam, we have to go back," he said quietly, sounding more exhausted than I'd ever heard him. "What?" I asked, caught off guard. Returning was the last thing I wanted, especially after Allie's story. "To the woods," he repeated. "I haven't slept right since we got back. I'm hearing the whispers every night now. It's driving me crazy. Maybe if we go back, we'll figure out what's going on, or at least prove to ourselves there's nothing there." I hesitated. "Alex, you really think going back into those woods is the best idea?" "I don't know," he admitted, voice strained. "But I'm starting to feel like if we don't, it'll never stop." That was the hardest part. I understood exactly how he felt. It wasn't rational, but it seemed like something from that trip was still holding on to us, following closely behind, just out of sight. Maybe going back was the only way to shake it off for good. Reluctantly, I agreed. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, knowing they'd think we were insane. Who willingly returns to the sight of something they can't explain? The drive felt longer this time. As we turned off the main highway onto the smaller back roads toward the forest, dread tightened around me. Even the forest looked different now, darker, less inviting. The trees felt taller, leaning over the narrow road like they were waiting for us. We parked at the trailhead, gathering our gear silently. It was just past noon, clear and sunny, but nothing felt bright. Every step deeper into the woods seemed to pull us further away from the world we knew. "We'll set up near the original spot," Alex said quietly, forcing a casual tone he clearly didn't feel. I nodded, too uneasy to speak. We hiked in silence for over 2 hours. The trail was familiar, but distorted somehow, like the landscape had shifted subtly since we were last here. Several times Alex paused, looking around with uncertainty, as though doubting his memory of the place. Neither of us said anything about it. We both felt it, though. The woods were off, like they weren't entirely the same place we'd left. Finally, we reached the clearing. Seeing it again made my stomach churn. It looked exactly the same, empty, still, waiting. "Let's hurry," Alex said, already pulling his tent from his pack. He was tense, working fast. Neither of us wanted to stay longer than necessary. Once camp was set up, we sat quietly by the tent, waiting. As afternoon stretched into evening, nothing happened. No sounds, no footsteps, no yellow tent. "I feel stupid," Alex admitted suddenly, kicking a rock toward the trees. "Maybe we really did imagine everything." "Maybe," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to me. Deep down, I knew better. As darkness finally fell, we lit a small fire, the flames crackling quietly. The light barely reached the tree line, the shadows around us deepening steadily. We both avoided mentioning what had happened the last time we were here, but I could tell Alex was thinking about it too. His eyes constantly flicked toward the spot where the yellow tent had appeared. By midnight, the forest was completely still. I started to feel foolish. Maybe Alex was right. Maybe this whole thing had been an overreaction. I felt exhaustion creep in, the tension in my body finally easing enough to allow sleep. But just as I started to close my eyes, Alex grabbed my arm, hard. "Did you hear that?" he whispered sharply. I froze, heart suddenly pounding again. For a moment, the forest remained quiet, but then I heard it. Soft footsteps, careful and deliberate, crunching lightly over twigs and leaves, circling slowly around our campsite. We sat rigid, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped just beyond the fire's reach. I strained to see into the dark, but saw nothing, just the dense wall of blackness around us. Then, out of nowhere, the crying began. Quietly at first, soft and muffled, exactly like before. A girl's voice, delicate but filled with sadness. Each sob felt carefully restrained, as if whoever was crying was trying desperately not to disturb the silence. Alex's grip tightened on my arm. I could hear him breathing heavily beside me, eyes wide, locked onto the spot from where the crying seemed to originate. "Who's there?" he finally called out, voice shaking. Instantly the crying stopped. The sudden quiet was more terrifying than the sound had been. We waited, breathless, staring into the dark, straining to hear anything at all. Then, directly behind us, a whisper. "You came back." I spun around, feeling my heart nearly explode with terror, but nothing was there. Just darkness, silent trees looming over us. "What do you want?" Alex shouted, voice raw with panic. "Please, Just leave us alone." Silence again. After a long, tense pause, the whisper returned, closer this time, right next to our tent. "I waited for you." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but with a strange sadness that made my chest ache. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely audible. "I can't leave," the voice replied softly. "I tried, but I can't." "Why not?" Alex whispered, eyes wild with fear. There was no response. Instead, a quiet rustling sound moved away, disappearing slowly into the trees. Eventually, the silence felt absolute again, thick and heavy, pressing against us. We spent the rest of the night awake, huddled by the dying fire, waiting tensely for dawn. When morning finally came, neither of us spoke. We packed our gear hastily, leaving the clearing behind without looking back. But as we made our way down the path, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, just a flash of yellow fabric, barely visible through the trees, tucked into the shadows. And that's when I finally understood. She had always been here, waiting quietly, and something told me she wasn't going to let us leave, not this time. I tried to pretend I hadn't seen it, that quick flash of yellow through the trees, bright fabric catching morning sunlight. I told myself it was just a trick of my exhausted, anxious mind. But deep down I knew better. I'd seen the tent again. Alex walked just ahead of me, silent and rigid. Neither of us spoke. Every sound in the woods now felt charged and unnatural. Leaves rustling too deliberately, twigs snapping quietly behind us, distant birdsong abruptly stopping mid-note. The peaceful forest we'd once loved now felt wrong, distorted somehow, like walking through a place that mimicked reality but didn't quite match it. We moved quickly, following the familiar trail back toward the parking lot, eyes fixed on the ground to avoid seeing anything else we didn't want to acknowledge. But the further we went, the more the path itself felt altered, like it had subtly shifted overnight. Small differences appeared where none should exist: a tree I didn't recognize, a rock formation I was sure hadn't been there yesterday. I wanted to mention it to Alex, but didn't. He was barely holding himself together, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in focus. I could see the fear plainly on his face. We both knew something had changed since yesterday. The woods felt larger now, somehow deeper, pulling us further in, rather than leading us out. An hour passed, then two. The trail grew less distinct, winding oddly through dense underbrush that scraped at our arms and legs. The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting strange patterns of shadow around us. I checked my watch nervously. We should have reached the parking lot by now. Instead, we seemed lost. Alex finally stopped, breath heavy, eyes wide with confusion. "Sam, are we going the right way?" "I don't know," I admitted quietly. "The trail looks different." "How could it look different?" he snapped, panic edging into his voice. "It's a straight shot. We came in this way yesterday." "I know, but..." My voice faded helplessly. I had no explanation, nothing logical that would reassure him or myself. He pulled out his phone, shaking it in frustration. "Still no service. This isn't right. We had signal here yesterday." He turned slowly, scanning the trees. Everything looked identical, rows upon rows of dark trunks, crowded together like silent watchers. The quiet now felt oppressive. I felt suddenly, terribly exposed. A branch snapped behind us. We spun around, breath catching sharply. My heart hammered violently as I searched the thick shadows between the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared out of place. "Hello?" Alex shouted desperately, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No reply. Just absolute, crushing silence. We waited, frozen in place. Then I saw it again. Another flash of yellow fabric, deeper into the woods, half hidden behind a large pine tree. Alex saw it too. He tensed visibly, eyes wide, breathing quickening. "It's her," he whispered harshly, voice shaking with certainty. "Sam, it's the tent." I didn't know what to say. Seeing it now in daylight somehow made it worse. It was real, unmistakably real. "We should go toward it," Alex said abruptly. "Maybe she knows the way out." "What?" I stared at him, horrified. "Alex, think about what you're saying. We don't even know what she is." He hesitated, fists clenched tight. "Then what? Wander aimlessly until we get even more lost? She might be the only person who knows how to get out." I understood his desperation, but something felt wrong, dangerously wrong. Still, I couldn't think of a better plan. Reluctantly, I nodded. Slowly, we moved toward the spot where we'd seen the yellow tent. As we approached, I felt a sinking dread. The air around us had grown colder, damp somehow, as if moisture clung thickly to the trees. The birds had completely stopped singing, the silence absolute and unnatural. When we reached the pine tree, the yellow tent wasn't there. Instead, there was only a small clearing, empty and perfectly silent. We stood still, listening, breathing shallowly. Then Alex grabbed my arm again, squeezing hard. "Sam, look." My eyes followed his gaze. On the ground, precisely where the tent had seemed to stand, something had been carved into the dirt. 4 words, shallow but clearly visible. "You can't go back." A chill spread through my entire body. My throat felt tight, and suddenly, irrationally, I felt eyes on us. Something watching, quietly observing our panic. "What the hell is this?" Alex said softly, his voice cracking. "Who did this?" I didn't respond. My mind spun, struggling to process it all. Was this a warning? A threat? Suddenly, behind us a quiet rustling. We turned slowly, terrified of what we might see. Standing just beyond the edge of the clearing was a girl, small and slender, maybe 15 or 16. Her hair was tangled, matted against her face, eyes wide and dark. Her clothes were filthy, stained from dirt and weather, torn in places as if she'd been wandering the woods for months. She stared at us silently, expressionless. "Are you?" Alex started, voice shaking, stepping forward hesitantly. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" She didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, slowly, she raised a finger to her lips, making a silent shh gesture. Her gaze shifted slightly, staring directly into my eyes. I felt paralyzed, pinned beneath her stare. It was heavy, almost hypnotic. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, barely audible. She didn't reply. Instead, she turned slowly, walking quietly deeper into the woods. After a few steps, she paused, looking over her shoulder once, waiting. "Sam, she wants us to follow," Alex whispered urgently. His eyes were wild, desperate. "She knows the way out." But I hesitated. Something about her, her silence, her calm felt wrong, deeply wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away, to run. "No," I whispered, shaking my head slowly. "Something's not right." But Alex wasn't listening. He was already moving forward, stepping toward her. "Please," he called, voice trembling. "Show us how to get out of here." The girl watched him silently. Then she began to walk again, slowly disappearing into the shadows. Alex followed quickly, nearly running. "Come on," he shouted back to me. "She's helping us." But I stood frozen, unable to move. I felt suddenly, terrifyingly certain. If I followed her, we would never leave this forest again. Alex's figure grew smaller, moving deeper into the darkening woods, his desperate voice growing fainter, eventually lost beneath the oppressive silence. I was left alone in the empty clearing, surrounded by quiet trees, carved words at my feet. "You can't go back." And somewhere in the distance, almost too soft to hear, the whispers began again. I stood frozen in the empty clearing, the words carved into the dirt staring back at me. "You can't go back." My heart hammered painfully against my ribs. Alex had disappeared into the trees, chasing after the strange girl, leaving me utterly alone in a silence so thick it seemed to press against my skin. For a long moment, I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to find Alex, drag him back, and flee. But something deeper held me still, a quiet voice whispering in my mind that if I stepped into the woods now, I'd never leave. I tried calling his name again, louder this time, panic cracking through my voice. "Alex, Alex, come back, please." Silence answered me, heavy and complete. There wasn't even an echo. It was as if my voice simply vanished into the thick trees. Then, softly, behind me the faintest rustle. I spun around, heart in my throat. The clearing was still empty, but now I could feel eyes on me, watching carefully, waiting. Something had stayed behind when Alex followed that girl. Something was here with me. I forced myself to move, stepping away from the carved words and into the dense underbrush. I had no idea where I was going, just a vague hope of retracing our original path, somehow finding Alex and getting out of here. I moved as quickly as I could, stumbling over roots and rocks hidden beneath tangled leaves. Every direction looked identical, every tree twisted and indistinguishable. The further I walked, the more disoriented I felt. The sun hung strangely in the sky, unmoving, casting weird, muted shadows around me. Time didn't seem real anymore. After what felt like hours, but might have been only minutes, I stopped to catch my breath, leaning heavily against a tree trunk. I had no idea where I was. My sense of direction was gone, swallowed up by this endless, silent forest. The trees seemed closer together now, their branches intertwined above me, forming a thick canopy that blocked out most of the light. I reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone again. Still no signal, of course, but the time showed 11:17 a.m., unchanged since we'd first entered the clearing. I shook the phone desperately, but it refused to update or respond. It was as if even time had stopped. Feeling a wave of desperation, I sank down to the forest floor, leaning back against the rough bark. I was exhausted, confused, afraid, and utterly alone. But just as despair began to fully settle, I heard it again, the whispers. They were different now, clearer somehow, still quiet but more urgent, forming broken fragments of words that I couldn't quite understand. I strained to listen, barely breathing. They seemed to circle around me, darting from tree to tree, weaving through shadows. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice shaking. "Alex?" No reply, just more whispers, insistent but unintelligible. Slowly I stood again, stepping cautiously toward the sound. I didn't have a choice. The whispers were the only lead I had left. Maybe they would take me to Alex. Maybe they'd show me the way out. I followed them deeper into the woods, the sound drifting steadily ahead, always just out of sight. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, spongy, as though rotting quietly beneath a thick layer of leaves and moss. The trees grew older here, their trunks gnarled and twisted, bark peeling in thick, dark strips. And then, suddenly, I saw it, a small yellow tent pitched just beyond a narrow row of pines, the exact same tent, identical to the one we'd seen before. It sat perfectly still, untouched by wind or weather, zipper tightly closed. I stopped dead, heart racing. The whispers abruptly ceased, leaving a ringing silence behind. The woods around me now felt impossibly still, holding their breath. Taking a slow, shaky step forward, I approached the tent cautiously. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something drew me closer, a horrible, compulsive curiosity. When I reached the tent, I knelt down, gently gripping the zipper with trembling fingers. Slowly, I pulled it open, wincing as the nylon scraped loudly through the silence. Inside was empty, perfectly clean, as though no one had ever entered. But lying at the center, carefully arranged, was a small notebook bound in faded blue fabric. Hands shaking, I reached inside and picked it up. The cover felt brittle, pages curled slightly at the edges. Opening it carefully, I saw a series of neat, careful handwriting, dated entries filled with precise details. August 7th. They left again this morning. They couldn't hear me. I tried, but I wasn't loud enough. September 21st. Another group. They came close, but then they ran. They're afraid of me. I just want someone to help. My breath caught in my throat as I turned pages quickly, the entries growing more desperate. November 3rd. I don't know how long it's been. The woods won't let me leave. I keep trying, but I always end up back here. Then the final entry, undated and written in hurried, desperate handwriting. I think I understand now. They won't let me go until someone else stays. I don't want to do it, but I can't stay here anymore. I'm sorry. My chest felt tight, realization hitting me painfully. She'd been trapped here waiting, desperate, lost, and Alex had followed her willingly, trying to escape. But instead, he'd walked straight into the same fate. "No," I whispered, dropping the journal in horror. I scrambled away, nearly falling as I stood. "Alex," I shouted, panic raw and desperate. "Alex, come back." Silence again, thicker than ever. I turned frantically, looking around, unsure of which way to run, desperate to escape before whatever had trapped her and now Alex trapped me too. Then I saw him, standing just beyond the tent, half hidden by shadows. Alex stood perfectly still, eyes wide and expressionless. His clothes were filthy, torn. He stared straight ahead, seeing nothing, face slack. "Alex?" I asked, voice barely audible, choking back fear. "What's happening? We need to leave." He didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, softly, he raised a finger slowly to his lips, making the same shh gesture the girl had made before. My heart shattered. He was already gone. Behind me, the tent zipper slowly closed, sealing itself neatly shut. I turned back to Alex, panic boiling inside me, but he disappeared again, vanished silently into the trees. I was alone. I knew then, horribly and completely, that Alex wouldn't leave this place. The woods had claimed him, just as they'd claimed her. And unless I found a way out soon, they'd claim me too. Standing alone, breathing heavily, I stared at the place Alex had just stood. My heart beat painfully against my ribs, adrenaline surging uselessly through my veins. The forest pressed in tighter now, trees crowding around me as though slowly leaning inward, their branches weaving together into a dark, tangled net. I knew with a sickening certainty that if I didn't find a way out soon, I never would. I took a deep, shaky breath, forcing myself to move. The ground felt strange beneath my feet, spongy, decayed as if years of fallen leaves and debris had built up, rotting quietly beneath my shoes. Every step felt sluggish and slow, like walking through a dream, heavy and surreal. I chose a direction at random, stumbling blindly into the trees, desperate to create some distance between myself and the yellow tent. The whispers had stopped, replaced again by that oppressive silence. Each tree I passed seemed identical dark trunks covered in damp moss, roots twisting visibly from the earth, like veins beneath thin skin. As I pushed forward, time became meaningless. I wasn't sure how many minutes or hours had passed since Alex disappeared. Everything felt disconnected from reality. My breathing grew more ragged, panic building quietly beneath my skin, but I kept moving, terrified of stopping long enough to fully comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, through a break in the trees, I saw something unexpected, a small structure, tucked away almost invisibly among dense foliage. At first I assumed it was another illusion created by exhaustion, another trick played by these strange woods, but as I drew closer, my heart quickened. It was real, a small, dilapidated cabin, weathered wooden walls covered in vines and moss, a partially collapsed porch sagging beneath years of neglect. Relief surged through me. Maybe this was my way out, a ranger's old shack, a forgotten building on the edge of civilization. Someone might have left a map, a radio, anything, something to guide me home. Carefully, I approached the cabin, my footsteps creaking loudly against the porch. The door hung slightly ajar, warped wood scraping against uneven flooring as I pushed it slowly open. Inside, it was dark and musty, the air thick with dust and decay. A single wooden table stood in the center, empty except for a rusted lantern. Against the far wall, a narrow cot sat, covered in stained, threadbare sheets. Beside it, a small shelf sagged under stacks of old, crumbling books. I moved closer, eyes adjusting slowly to the dim light filtering through grimy windows. Everything seemed untouched, preserved strangely by neglect. My gaze fell to the table again, noticing something I hadn't before: a photograph, faded and curled at the edges. I picked it up carefully, my stomach tightening sharply. It showed two hikers, smiling broadly, standing exactly in front of the cabin. Their backpacks looked heavy, their clothes dated early 1990s, perhaps, but the happiness in their eyes was clear and timeless. Flipping the photograph over revealed a handwritten note on the back, the ink smudged but still legible. Tom and Elise, Huron Forest, July 7th, 1991. Found this old cabin. We might stay longer than planned. Feels peaceful here. My chest tightened. Peaceful. Had they felt it too, this strange pull, this quiet force that drew people deeper, holding them silently in its grasp? I moved to the bookshelf, pulling down the nearest volume. It opened stiffly, pages brittle beneath my fingertips. A handwritten diary. Each entry described ordinary day sunshine, simple meals cooked over campfires, quiet nights beneath stars. But soon the entries shifted. July 9th. Elise says she heard someone crying last night, but we found no one. July 10th. We woke up to a tent nearby. We don't remember it being there. No one came out all day. July 12th. The crying won't stop. We can't find who's doing it. We're packing up now. Need to leave. The final entry was rushed, panicked. July 13th. We can't find the trail. It's like the woods have moved. Tom went looking for help, hasn't returned. I'm afraid now. Something is watching. My blood ran cold. The pattern repeated itself decades earlier. I closed the diary slowly, placing it back on the shelf. A sinking dread filled my stomach. The woods had been doing this for years, maybe longer, drawing people in, trapping them, holding them quietly until they disappeared completely. I stepped back outside onto the porch, breathing in deeply. The fresh air did nothing to ease my anxiety. Looking out into the endless forest, I understood suddenly, painfully. The girl, Alex, Tom, Elise, they were all part of the same quiet story, repeated over and over. An endless cycle of disappearance and waiting. But something stirred inside me then. I wouldn't become another entry, another faded photograph forgotten on a cabin table. I couldn't. I had to break the pattern. If the forest wouldn't let me leave easily, I'd fight my way out. I forced myself to move again, leaving the cabin behind. Each step felt deliberate, determined. I kept the fading daylight firmly at my back, moving steadily in what I hoped was a straight line. Every instinct begged me to turn around, to check behind me, but I resisted. Forward, only forward. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin slightly. My heart leapt. Sunlight filtered through more freely, the oppressive darkness lifting gradually. And then, finally, impossibly, I saw it. The familiar trail we'd entered yesterday morning, stretching out clearly before me. Tears blurred my vision, relief so intense it hurt. I sprinted forward, heart pounding with newfound energy. Within minutes, the parking lot appeared, our car exactly where we'd left it. I practically fell against it, breathing heavily, overwhelmed. I fumbled with my keys, barely able to unlock the door with shaking hands. Sliding into the driver's seat, I paused briefly, staring back toward the forest. Somewhere deep inside, I knew Alex wouldn't return, not now, maybe not ever. The woods held him, quietly claiming him like so many others. But I had escaped. I had made it out. Driving away, the forest receding behind me, I swore to myself I'd never return. I wouldn't try to convince anyone what had happened. They'd never believe me. Instead, I'd quietly carry this truth, remembering Alex, remembering the girl trapped forever inside those silent trees. Weeks passed, slowly returning me to a kind of normalcy. The whispers finally ceased, the sleepless nights fading gradually. But occasionally, late at night, when the wind blows softly through open windows, I swear I hear faint crying drifting quietly from somewhere distant, lost in shadows. I close my eyes tightly, holding my breath, reminding myself I'm safe, I'm home. But deep down, I know part of me stayed behind, forever wandering quietly among those silent, watchful trees.